Oh,
Hey, Dominic,
how are you?
how are you doing?
Yeah, all right. We had a bit of a bad storm last night, but yeah, we're right now.
We're supposed to get thunderstorms tonight here too.
Yeah, it was like a strobe going off,
Hey, Dominic.
blue strobe going off for about 10 minutes.
Hey, Laura, how are you doing?
Yeah, all right. We had a bit of a what's happening? It's me. Bad storm last. Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought I'd turn that off. Hello, Laura. Yeah, well, it was very fascinating, I must say, especially considering it was, blue sky, not much earlier than that.
So we'll see how many people show up here this evening.
Yeah. Uh-oh. That's not good, Laura. What else is going on?
Little League World Series is on.
Oh, okay.
Tai-
Everybody will be watching that.
Taipei against Florida, and Taipei is ahead 1-0.
Oh, okay.
They're in the fourth innings. Fourth inning.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're 10, 11, and 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Boy, they throw some hard balls though. Them kids.
Mm, most definitely. Okay. Mm. And okay. Let's see what else happens then.
Yeah. Laura's coming down with a little bit of a cough. Well, she went to that place with the kids.
Yeah, I know.
Anytime you mix with people, you're liable to end up. There's a good chance, not always, but a good chance that you'll come down with some kind of a something.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it was a theme park, but it was a.
Hmm. Okay. Well, that's all right. As long as it improves.
My neighbor's selling an old Jeep um, Laredo or whatever it is, the big one.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it's a little bit rusty and it's a little bit, but he put a note on there. It says for sale. It says something about the head gasket,
No, no.
but $500 is all. somebody just
Yeah.
came and drove it and they went around the block and around, but he's taking the for sale signs off, so they must be buying it.
Oh, okay. Hello, Brenda, Sunstar.
Somebody that's a bit of a mechanic could probably fix it or for, just running around town kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. There's Justin. What's up?
Hey, Justin,
How you going?
That's going.
Good to hear then.
did you
Up, Laura,
play
Brenda?
play Fortnite today, Justin?
Yeah, Laura was live earlier.
Oh,
Hmm.
Tim came in for a little bit, and then Tim had to go to work, so then we went and did some XP maps, and then she shut her live down.
Okay.
hey, Brenda.
Yeah.
So what'd you do today, Paul?
Just kind of hung around.
Boring Sunday?
Well, I had to go to the store and get something and yeah, not much going on.
Sundays are usually quiet days.
Yeah. As I was telling Paul earlier, it wasn't too quiet for us. We had a bit of a thunderstorm in the afternoon, and there was actually a tornado warning.
Everybody's having a thunderstorm.
You didn't
Yeah.
see
Had
anything
one.
actually touch down, I take it?
No,
Hey, Joe,
it
how's
didn't
go?
touch down, but you could actually it was further out from me. But yeah, there were reports nothing touched down, but you could see a bit of rotation and movement. Thankfully, it didn't touch down.
No,
Yeah.
Brenda, I didn't get any more ships this afternoon. I had an opportunity to, but I just didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the lightning just blue strobes
Oh, really?
for a good 4 or 5 minutes.
Heavy rain is moving into your area.
Yeah. Just got to notice heavy rain is moving into my area,
Yeah.
and it's bright sunshine up front.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
sunny here right now, but I asked, my assistant over here, and I says, "What's the weather for tonight?" And she said, "Thunderstorms."
Yeah, it was really sunny, and then you just see this huge bit of black cloud come straight over, like the spaceship in Independence Day. It just flew in and got feral for about an hour and a half. It was just unbelievable.
A little cloudy outside. I don't think we're gonna get much rain in my area though. A little bit.
Hello, Warren.
Hey, Warren, I just talked to Johnny. I'm gonna leave here in about 45 minutes. Go run up by him because Michael Wright and Joe Fortalio's calling in.
Yeah, you said that a few of them are stopping by.
And I'm
Yeah.
gonna go see. I've met Joe before. I'm gonna go see Michael. I haven't met him. I'm gonna run up there. He told me it stormed up there too.
Michael.
My son says he's home. He said he's still hurting, still has chest pains, and he says he's gonna deal with it. You know, he's going to the cardiologist in the morning. ER said he was fine. I think he needs to stop taking that crap. He's taking and making big. I think that's what's doing it.
Well, I mean, he's at a
He-
good size now. Just go ahead and stop and then just keep working out normal.
I
You know?
agree. I definitely agree.
And he can just go to the gym and maintain what he already has, isn't? I mean, how
Yep.
big does he plan on getting?
I don't know.
Yeah, just maintain it then.
Well, he can maintain it because you know, but he said he wasn't doing any chest this week. He strains himself. He does so much. The other day he did, he was doing 345 squats. He did 2 sets of 10, 345 squats. And then he said it did last set gave him problems where it was hurting his legs.
Well,
And he
that's because
go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not really good to work out all the time like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the
Well,
people.
he's got a routine. It's not every day.
Well, I'm saying there's people like that go out and they jog every day, and that's not necessarily good
Hmm.
for your joints and stuff, right? You go out, you
Yeah.
jog once or twice a week, you let your body rest a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
people that are
every second
super,
day.
but the people that are super like motivated to work out and they're just hitting the gym every damn day, that's not actually good for your body in the long run. You're just
That's
wearing
bad.
everything out worse, faster.
Yeah,
But
so
he did.
every second day is what you should do.
Yeah, what he did is he pulled a muscle in his leg that day. And like I said, he was on his second set. He was on his third set of 335, 10 reps. And he said he had to stop in the middle of it. The last set he couldn't do it. And he said that I said, well, what else did you do? He said, well, I did three sets of 200, 3 sets of 225. Then I run it up to 325. Like that. So you did all of that. He said, I said, what did you do after you hurt your leg? He said, I dropped it back down to 225 and did 3 sets of 10 with the hurt leg. I said, that's what you're messing up.
Wow.
Well, it's like when you work out, you know, and you wake up the next morning, your arms are all stiff. You know, that's from your muscles stretching, and you know, you get little micro tears in your muscle because they're getting bigger, but
Yeah.
you're supposed to let them heal.
You got to give them a
You
day,
know, and
at
you give
least a
them a
day.
couple, yeah, at least a day, if not if every few days you go and work out. But yeah, and that's why sometimes you'll see a lot of top tier athletes will end up having heart problems or even joint problems because of the constant working out. It's
Yeah.
not, you know, as much as people say, oh, working out's healthy, yeah, in moderation, not to an extreme.
Well, I used to do legs. I used to do legs, skip 2 days, do chest, skip 2 days and do arms. And then there was a
Do
general day after
one
that.
every.
Yeah, it was every other day. Let's skip a day.
Well,
Yeah,
and that's the thing is, like you said, your son is getting these legal steroids from the doctor, right? So the doctor should be listening to what your son's saying and force him off of them and say, dude, I'm not prescribing them to you no more.
Well, it's a different
You
doctor.
know? That's still, I mean, that doctor should know better and be like, yeah,
Well,
obviously
he's
having
not
some
telling that
kind of,
doctor.
yeah, see, that's stupid because that's
Yeah.
just, it's not worth it in the long run.
See, when I was lifting, I used to do arms with the lats, where you get your knee up there and you pull the weight straight up like
Mm.
that. And I'd work that thing. I used to do 4 sets of 150, 10 of them. I just take
thing
my
is-
time to pull that 150 up.
The thing is what's the point of going to the doctors if you're just going to lie to them and not tell them the complete truth, right? And that's why
yeah.
I lie. And you know, there's a lot of people I hear out there that'll be like, doctors are all quacks. They're just out to get money from me. But then you ask them, well, did you go to the doctor for that issue? No.
No.
Well, did you listen to your doctor? No. Are you taking the medication your doctor gave you? No. And it's like, no wonder you think they're quacks because nothing's working because you don't listen to them.
Because you're not listening.
I mean, yes, everybody knows big pharma is not the best thing in the world, but at the end of the day, not all doctors are in it for the money.
Mm.
There, you know, the amount of schooling and bullshit you have to go through to become a doctor
Uh,
makes me want to believe that a vast majority of doctors out there have the good in their heart as far as really wanting to take care of people and fix people, you know, at the end of the day.
right.
Because you got to go through a lot of bullshit to become a doctor. You're talking, you know, 6 years of med school, 2 or 3 years of residency. And that's before you're even considered a full-fledged doctor, you know.
Right.
Most of these guys don't become doctors till they're in their mid-20s. After they start med school when they're 17, 18 years old, you know, they go into med school.
Hey, Jim.
Yep.
You got to be 100% with the doctor, whether you're embarrassed by it or not. You got to be like, look, this is what's going on.
You
Because
gotta
guess
do
what?
that.
Every time I've gone to the doctor for an ear infection, a kidney stone, anything like that, and they gave me the medicine or did the procedure that needed to be done to get rid of it, guess what? I was fine afterwards because I did what they told me to do. You know, I took the antibiotics, I took whatever I needed to take.
Yep, gotta do that.
It's not his doctor, it's his son's doctor, and he's saying that his son isn't telling the doctor.
Yeah, he's not telling her everything.
Like I said, then what's the point of even going to the ER, going to the doctors if you're not going to be honest, right? Because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
they're not going to, they can only guesstimate so much on what's wrong with you if you're not giving them what you're feeling like.
So I got my signs in today. Those ones that I gotta pay attention to them when I get them. Because you gotta make sure everything's perfect. Those things are the ones that cost me a bunch of money. And I opened them up and I opened the first one, looked at it, and I said, that don't look right. I double checked it. I had a junior on one, and I said, I had freshman on it, son of a bill. I said, you gotta be kidding me. So that's one, and then I said, well, let's go find that one that I wasn't sure about with the name that I thought about because I kept typing the name wrong. So I went and looked at the name. Sure enough, I had him on it, but I had the wrong name on it. I said, okay, now I got two pictures. And when it all ended, when I went through all the 16 signs, I had 3 freaking mistakes. So I had to order 3 signs. That dug into my profit. That's what I get for doing the signs the last day. Not doing them right off the bat. Let me tell you about this crazy dog, Loki. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Let me see you do that over there. So I got the box in yesterday with all the cardboard inserts. So I threw it on the floor right over here. Right? So he walks over here last night, smells it, takes a step, turns around, lifts his leg up, and pees on the side of the box.
Oh,
Mark that bitch. Man, I ran him out of here.
honestly, he probably smelled some other animal on it. Maybe some other animal rubbed up
Yeah, it could have
against
been,
it at some
you
point.
know, because it was shipped, you don't know what sentence on the box.
He reached up there and peed right on it. I said, God darn it, you don't mark nothing this up.
Because there could have been a driver that had dog hair on him, you know, and then rubbed up
Yeah, it
against
could
the
have been
box.
anything.
He smelt
It's
another
like
dog.
it's like my son Justin got that cat that the allergies started acting up, so he wanted to bring the cat back. He was going to adopt it from one of the shelters, right? And the cat was only like 4 weeks old. He had enough of it, and then what gave it was the final straw is the cat jumped up on the sofa and peed on the sofa.
Mo did that
So he
once.
said,
Oh, go ahead.
he said, that was his final straw, right? And I told his brother that, and his brother started laughing and said, "Yeah, don't tell him that when we had the cat peed on the sofa too." So he smelled the other cat. That's why he peed on it.
Yeah, Bo did that to me one time. He just walked up and hiked his leg and pissed on my leg. And I about kicked his ass. I said, boy, I got up. I was pissed. I was literally just sitting. And he just walked up to me, hiked his leg, and pissed right on my leg. I was like, oh. And then a while back when we first got him, one day we were in the middle, it was in the middle of the night sleeping. He just jumps on the bed and pisses on top of me. Oh, I was so pissed.
I threw him. He was marking you. He said, "I'm yours, or you're mine."
Yeah, just remember who you belong to.
Did you belong to me? That's what he said.
Yep. So who's all going to be over at Johnny's?
Michael Wright and Joe Fortaleo.
Yeah, I would have if he wouldn't have ran away from me, Andrew.
Give me that ball.
What's up, Jim? Andrew said, how's Mia? Right, the same as
Mia's doing
yesterday.
okay. You know, it's
Getting
just
older
hard
by
to
the
get
day.
around. I feel sorry for her, but I know how she feels, you know?
Getting older by the day.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that feel.
You're sick, Jim. You're a sick man. Hell's wrong with you Canadians? Said I piss on you too.
No one.
Freaking Canadians are a bunch of sickos up there. We got to talk to Matt for a minute last night. He popped in for a quick game.
Oh, did you?
Oh, right.
Yeah. Dennis was napping.
Well,
Matt comes in
Yeah.
whispering. I said, what are you doing? He goes, Dennis is taking a break, sleeping.
How did he say it
And
was
then-
going with Dennis?
I said it was going good.
Yeah.
They were going to, after Matt finished the game with us, they were going up to the store to get some, like a rack of lamb or something to make for dinner. So
Ah,
apparently he did make some ribs the other day and they came out fantastic. He didn't burn them this time.
Oh, that's
So-
You
great.
believe that? You believe that? Huh?
We'll get the true story out of Dennis when we see him.
Oh, Dennis is pretty kind-hearted.
Dennis will be like, I
Yeah.
want to wait. I waited till I was back in the U.S. before I told him they were kind of rubbery. I watched the Long Legs this afternoon. It was good. Long Legs. A show or movie or something.
Must be a movie.
Hmm.
It could be.
No. See, Matt made a perfectly good breakfast and Tim didn't eat it, Angel. That wasn't the barbecue. That was Dennis in the barbecue last time Dennis came out. They
Yeah.
both fell asleep on the couch and then the bro woke up and realized the ribs were burning.
Shit.
No, what happened with Tim and Matt made this. I mean, it looked like a delicious ass breakfast. they went to the park and like their park said they have like hot plates in the park.
Yep.
Well, we would consider a hot plate, you know, and then Matt made this really awesome breakfast on it. Made Tim this big old gigantic plate, asked Tim what he wanted on it and everything. Tim was like, I'll take 3 eggs, I'll take sausage, bacon, all this. Made this big old plate for Tim, and then Tim ate like one bite out of an egg and told Matt he was full. And Matt takes the plate, walks over to the trash can, looks Tim right in the eyes, and shoves it in the trash can. And he hasn't let Tim live that down since. And that was almost 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. That's a badass breakfast. But yeah, he didn't eat it. That was funny as shit though. Matt showed us the pictures of the food and everything. He took a picture of Tim's plate and everything. Funny. Matt made pre-cooked ribs. Yeah, he was cooking them banquet ribs out of the frozen section. Burnt them in the microwave. And then there was the whole rat rib thing. You remember that, Dominic?
Yep.
Tim.
I remember that
Those-
one.
He had those ribs on the barbecue. They looked good and everything. They just were really like not the biggest ribs. And everybody kept telling Tim they were rat ribs. Ah, good times.
That's funny.
And Laura commented on one of Matt's videos the other day and said, or hold on, let me find what he wrote.
Stop walking. Stop.
Who's that? Loki?
Yeah, all the time. He's a barker.
Yeah, it sounds like he's a huffer too.
Yeah,
So on that short that Matt did of him landing the drone in the evening time,
Yeah.
Laura said, Dennis is teaching you well. And Dennis said, clearly, little llama Laura is a fine judge of talent. That was Dennis's response to her. Everybody knows Matt's DJI Mavic 3 that identifies as an Autel Evo 2.
Yeah.
You say? It's all orange.
Yeah, because he had that when he came down here.
What's
He brought
funny
that
is
with him.
that when he first put that skin on that drone, everybody kept making fun of him, saying it was looking like an Autel. He was like, I only
Yeah,
use
good
it so I could
times.
see it in the air. Well, what's funny was listening to Matt trying to be quiet and not rage while Dennis was sleeping. Because he started getting louder and louder, a little bit louder. And I was like, uh-oh. I was like, you're going to wake up Dennis. You're getting louder. And then like a couple minutes later, you hear Dennis come out and say, oh, man, I needed that rest.
Logie, stop.
I told Matt, I said, I swear to God, if you two go to another Japanese restaurant while you're in Australia, I'm gonna lose my shit on you two. Like, go take Dennis to some local spots. Go get him some kangaroo. Let him try some kangaroo.
Don't know too many places that actually serve it at a restaurant.
Oh, I'm sure you can find somewhere.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying. I was like, I told him, I said, take him to some like local cuisine. He was laughing at me. I know, and you think all that time that he spent in China recently, you think he'd be tired of Asian food.
mm.
So what are you guys meeting up for a meetup, Joe, or are you just
But they're
going to
coming
meet
in.
them
Johnny
in
got
person?
some fried fish tonight that he's got
Nice.
over there. They had some gumbo stuff. They had a birthday party for his granddaughter. I'm going over there just to see Michael and Joe. I ain't worried about the food. But
Uh-huh.
What?
I was just going. I'm gonna bring my Avada too with me, just in case, and we might fly around the house. You know,
Johnny's to be like, you want to take a plate home? He's like, well, if it's not inconvenient.
I ain't taking no plate home. Not taking any plate home. If he cooks it, he said he was gonna. He said they had so much left over. He said he's gonna heat it up, air fry it. So
Proper kangaroo is buried with coals on bottom and top.
is that like
Talking about the
proper ramen?
Yeah,
in-ground
proper
barbecue
ramen.
pits.
Mhm.
Not what I was trying to do.
Joel wants to know, so what does kangaroo taste like anyway? Chicken?
It would be
It's
pretty
pretty
lean.
lean meat.
Is it lean? Is it lean meat, Donnie?
Yeah, it's
Well,
very lean.
what texture would you give it? It would be closest to something more commonly ate.
Probably like a pork.
Yeah,
Very lean pork.
it's a very interesting texture. It's very tasty at the same time.
It'd be
You've got to
a lean pork, right?
pretty close to it, yeah. But it doesn't. It's not. It's got a lot of flavor, but you've got to cook it properly. If you don't
Now,
cook it properly, it gets all stringy and a little bit.
do you marinate it first or no?
You can. Just depends on what your personal preference is. Because I come out in back straps,
Flavor you
so
want,
they're
right?
yeah. So they're very strappy.
Oh yeah, if I were a kangaroo, I definitely want somebody that's cooked it quite a bit to do it for me. Somebody that really knew what they were doing.
To me, I would
Uh-huh.
never eat kangaroo, but hey, whatever.
I would try it.
You might try it, but it isn't like it wouldn't be a regular staple, right?
I mean, depends on how much you liked it.
Yeah, it
I
depends.
mean, sometimes you try products and you end up falling in love with them. Just depends. Because you can get kangaroo meat over here.
Can you?
There's companies that sell it. Yeah. There's that exotic meat store that I've shown you guys on. That's on Google, and you can buy what they call exotic meats. And they have like buffalo, kangaroo, like all the shit that's normally not in restaurants or grocery stores.
Hmm.
Like deer and elk and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they had like that, and they had alligator. They had a bunch of different meats you could buy.
Pigeon.
Pigeon.
Yay.
Yeah.
Everybody loves pigeon.
Because there was actually a group of guys over here that are like really well known for barbecuing, and they have a channel. And I happened
Mhm.
to run across their video one day, and they had gotten some kangaroo meat and were attempting to barbecue it and cook it. And they were kind of using their own expertise in barbecuing to try to figure out how to best do it. And it seemed to come out good the way they did it. They liked it too. These are those guys that are like big barbecue competitions and shit. Jim said doesn't like gamey meat. Yeah, I'm not a
thought
big
it-
fan
yeah.
of like deer and shit. I've had a
Just
few
deer,
people
yeah,
make
deer, which is venison.
Yeah.
Well, venison's the same type of it's lean, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've had a few people make me venison over the years, and it was okay. Not something that I would seek out.
Not
But if
something that
somebody-
I'd eat often.
Tastes like a big rabbit.
Yeah.
But
And I'm
but
not a
now
big rabbit fan either.
But now if somebody was, I went to somebody's house and they were making, venison steak, I probably
Yeah, I'm not gonna say
wouldn't.
no.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no, but
We can get
I
veg burgers from Aldi.
wouldn't go out looking for it though.
Mm.
Well, it kind of makes you wonder what, like, because you know that they always have a difference between farm fed and wild
Yeah.
when it comes to animals. I wonder if like farm fed deer would taste better.
I
Like,
don't know
because
if
it
there's any
seems like
deer-
a majority
deer-
of the population likes farm fed animals.
Is
and
there
tastes
any
the
deer
farm stuff.
farms? I don't know.
I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah.
there is.
You'd think so.
Hey, there's
There he
Giggle.
is, TJ. Luigi.
Justin's been waiting all day for you to come in and giggle.
I
Not
know.
really, but
Justin, show Paul Tim's thing because he missed it the other day.
Tim's thing.
Yeah, where he was passing out on his keyboard. It was so hilarious.
Paul's seen that.
I've seen that.
Oh, you did see that? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that video's been around for about a year and a half, 2 years
Yeah.
now.
I
Everybody's seen
don't- Oh.
Yeah, it was like watching a sunset.
Yeah. But it was funny when he woke up though, because he was all confused. He was looking around and like he realized he was the only one on the panel. It was hilarious. That was so funny. Like he was like looking, and then he was like, it's just like his head just came up. That was pretty funny.
How long was the video before he woke back up again? Then about 5 hours.
I
No,
know.
it was he fell asleep for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was less than 10 minutes.
And then he woke up and he was very confused about what was going
Yeah, like
on.
what was going on? Where am I? Who-
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty hilarious. That was funny. So funny.
Now we can talk about him. He's at work now, isn't he?
Yeah, you can talk about him now. That works.
Or
Man,
is it?
I hate going grocery shopping, y'all. It's so like annoying, but because you're in there, and you're walking through each aisle, it's like, man, what do I want to eat? What do I want to eat? And you're like having to fight like the other people in the aisles and stuff. Like, oh, excuse me, just trying to grab this right here. Man, it's crazy.
Oh, TJ was laughing about your video we were showing yesterday.
uh,
Oh,
Tim's in the chat.
Tim wants to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I said TJ was still laughing about his video of him passing out
The
yesterday.
space bar indentation on your
That's
forehead.
pretty funny.
Yeah, TJ was trying to talk Justin into showing it over and over and over again. And TJ was going to add the giggling in the background.
That's funny.
Dominic, haven't you got summer bank holiday tomorrow like we have?
You got what?
A bank holiday?
Yeah, it's August.
Oh
bank
yeah,
holiday.
yeah.
What is it for?
I think it's just
We have-
over.
We have one in spring and one in summer.
It's called a summer holiday, but it's not
Bank-
over here.
Just a day off.
Yeah.
I mean, the only time the
No.
bank takes over here is like Memorial Day and like holidays.
Well, it has to be a federally approved holiday.
Labor Day, yep.
It has to be considered a federal holiday by the government.
And it falls on different dates other than the fact like Labor Day is always a Monday.
Yeah, our bank holidays.
Memorial Day is always a Monday too, isn't it?
Yeah. May Day is the first Monday in May. Spring bank holiday is the last Monday in May. Summer bank holiday is the last Monday in August. And then obviously
Mayday.
then you've got Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day, Good Friday and Easter Monday. And they're pretty much our only national holidays. Like veterans and victory in Europe and all the rest of that kind of stuff we don't get days off for.
What's up, Joel? Hey, Warren, what's up? Hey, Laura.
Laura.
Michael.
Laura's waiting for another.
Laura hasn't been in the chat in like 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
She
so-
is probably in bed. She was feeling sick earlier.
Mm.
Oh, was
Kept
she not
coughing.
feeling too well or something?
She thinks she's got a cold. She could have
usually
gone
when you-
at the amusement park.
Oh.
Yeah, she was coughing a lot on her live stream earlier.
So there's
Uh-oh.
about outdoors in the rain all day.
Yeah, it'll get you when you're out and about.
Yeah.
Just kind of creep up on you. What's up, Don?
Hey, Dom.
How come Joe and Dominic's mics are muted?
My dog was walking.
As always. His dogs were barking. Mine bark all the time. What is it? Well, I guess I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why they call your feet dogs. Like, man, my dogs are barking.
What?
Like like when you're on your feet for a really long time and somebody says, "Man, my dogs are barking." Like, what the heck does that even mean?
It's Cockney
Uh.
rhyming slang. The rhyming slang for feet is dog's meat.
Oh,
Dog meat.
dog meat. Oh,
That's what you were thinking about, CJ?
yeah.
That's what was on your mind? It was stressing you out so bad?
That's funny. That's funny.
I wonder how long he's been thinking about that. Probably been bugging him all day, too.
That's funny. That's funny. That's pretty good.
TJ, I got a question for you. Is that funny?
That's funny. That's pretty good. Oh goodness. Oh me.
I can see TJ sitting in his front yard doing the Captain Morgan stance, just thinking about life. Like, to be or not to be.
That's funny. That's funny.
Captain Morgan.
Hey, Joe.
I don't know. I leveled up 3 times, so.
Hey, Joe, that was funny.
That was pretty funny.
Not only funny, it was pretty funny.
That was funny.
Oh no, 4 times I leveled up.
That's pretty good.
Now, Tim's gonna be at work. I might be on, I don't know. Tim won't get off till like 2 or 3 in the morning for us, Joel.
Laura's not feeling good, right?
I'm sure me and Corey might be on later. Corey usually plays with me in the evening.
Is he on with you like most evenings or not all the time? Just like maybe like sometimes?
Corey plays with me quite a bit. Like, yeah, he's usually on almost every night.
Oh.
There's some nights where he doesn't play, but
Nothing. Only get Joe putting his disclaimer up.
I'm gonna leave it up. I know better. I changed it to a yellow color, and it changes every 7 seconds.
Oh, you're the banner up top?
Yeah.
What, it changes colour?
No, it just changes. Hey, Boo.
So you've got more than one display,
Well,
just in case one doesn't suit.
So you haven't been on streaming this whole time, right?
Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
Hey,
Again.
Bill, how's it going?
You got me coming and going.
He's on his way home.
Yeah, he's on his way home.
Mhm.
About to
Yeah, that's it, because he's live. He
Look,
was four
exact
and a-
same thing you saw. Exact same thing you
That's
saw
the
earlier.
same scene. Yep. There's the bike with the tarp on.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right. So let's Now you get to see it in reverse.
So, Bill, did you just have a nice chat with your dad, or did you have to do something?
Well, we chatted. So we went to lunch.
Oh, okay.
What'd you
Where'd
have?
y'all,
We
where'd
went
y'all go to
Fiesta.
lunch? Where'd y'all go to
I'm trying
lunch
to tell
at?
you. Shut up and I'll tell you. Where'd
Where you going to
where'd
lunch?
Where'd you go? We went to Fiesta Azul. We haven't been there in a long time. That's a really
Oh,
good
great.
Nice.
Mexican place. It's been a while because we've been trying a whole lot of different places, and
Mhm.
that
So-
place is always it's pin clean, at least what we can see. Fast, friendly, and really good. We've never had a bad meal there. So
you didn't
you
have
just get tired of Mexican all the time. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
since it's been a while, I don't know if you saw that Sandhill crane sitting on the corner there. Anyway, that was really good. So we did that. I had 2 beers. So when we got back, and I had that, I've shown this online, that meal they have it's a fajita kind of thing where they give you not the shells, but the soft, it comes out in a flaming skillet, and it's fancy, and it's got chicken, and it's got steak, and it's got mahi, and it's got I guess they're getting cheap. They use the bay scallops this time. It's got shrimp, and it's awesome. Got a whole bunch of it. I got some of it left. They give you a separate plate. My dad thought it was my meal, but the separate plate had a big scoop of rice, had some shredded lettuce and some pico de gallo and some guacamole and some of course refried beans on the one plate. And he thought, no, I need to get her over for a sauce. I said, they still didn't bring us my meal, Dad. Oh, what's that? And it's just an accoutrement. So anyway, very good meal. And they're cheap. That's $28 for all that food. I mean, for my food, not the bill, but his was. No, the prices are good. Really like that place. There's 2 of them. They got one here, and that I know of. They got one of them here, and they got one in Poco Beach, I believe.
So effectively, you only paid $13 for it because you saved $15 by not using the toll road.
No, there is that, and you're right. I am not going to use the toll road on the way home. I could if you want to see an even more boring trip on the way home. There's nothing,
jump off.
Okay,
We'll
hey,
go
have
Johnny.
a good time.
See you later.
Okay, Joe.
All right,
See you, Joe. I don't want to talk to you anyway. Get out.
Oh, Joe's going.
Enjoy.
Joe's going to Johnny's house.
Oh, okay, cool.
Michael Wright's going to be there.
Johnny's awesome. I'd leave too.
Because there's a couple of guys that are going to be over at Johnny's house, and he's going over there to meet them.
Michael
Sweet.
Wright's one of them.
Michael and who?
Maybe we.
Oh, they're going down to Minefield, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, they're
okay.
coming back from Minefield,
Coming
I think.
back from Minefield.
Oh, coming back from Minefield, yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder how
'cause they've
late
done
it's
a
going to
couple
be
of
there.
streams from there.
I don't know.
I think Kenny's gonna be there, and maybe Michael.
Kenny,
Wright.
Bob Casey was
Oh, yeah,
there.
Bob Casey, yeah.
Are you going to be anywhere near
Yeah.
there,
All the ones from Texas.
Yeah.
Bill?
Where?
Near Johnny's?
He lives all the way.
Florida.
He lives in
Yeah,
Louisiana.
it's just around the corner.
Yeah, just leg it over there.
Yeah, just around the corner. No worries.
South Florida, and Central Louisiana. We're like sister cities. We're
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just around the corner.
Just, I mean,
yeah. It's only about 1,100 miles. We could do that. I'm on my
Yeah,
way.
Nothing.
I think it's 900 something. I forget. I checked it out once to Hammond just to see, but I don't remember. But it's not close. No. No. I'd love to someday. Johnny's a great guy.
Yeah, I like Johnny. He's good people.
Who doesn't like Johnny? Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody likes TJ too. So there you go.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Everybody likes TJ.
Hey, I think, Bill, what you need to do is get TJ to come over to your bar and liven things up.
Well, that's not too far.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
I'm actually off tomorrow, so hey,
There
you
you
might
go.
you might get a surprise visit.
You go surprise Bill at the bar. What's a good
I'll
time for him
have
to
to,
be there?
I'll have to check to see if we're open tomorrow.
Yeah,
No, no,
Clay.
Well, I won't.
TJ,
I don't
Bill's,
hang out in the bar. I don't hang out in the bar when I'm working. I run the
Bill's,
bowling side. I don't,
Bill's telling you he'll get back with you. Maybe.
no, they'll be open. The bar opens at 4 o'clock, DJ. So you figure that out from there. Bowling alley opens at 12. So
Well, you
But I
could
don't
go
care,
and
I'm
do
not-
the shuffle down the bowling alley, you know?
I don't get there till 3. Now next Monday I got to open the close. I'm whining. Here it is. I'm whining.
Hey.
If I'm on next Sunday, it's going to be short because I got to open the close and then I got to work. I usually have Tuesday off. That's not it, but I got to work. I got to open Tuesday, so it's gonna be a rough couple of days there.
Here's Donald.
Hey,
What's up,
Donald.
Don?
Hi guys.
And Don's feeling lonely now.
Feeling
Hello,
lonely?
Donald.
What?
Of the Donald. Hello of the Dodge.
Why are you
Donald.
Why am I feeling lonely?
He's feeling lonely because the dog's gone on.
Oh,
The dog just left a couple seconds ago.
oh.
Oh no.
We didn't get to see the doggies. Aw.
You got
The
along
doggy's
good-
been
you
gone.
got along good with the dog, didn't you, Donald?
Yeah.
Whose dogs were they?
Yeah, friend of ours. They were out of town.
Don's
Had a
doing
dog sick.
Don's doing doggy daycare business now.
Okay. Doggy foster home.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Here we go.
We actually have a business here where if you go on holiday, you give them your house keys and they come round to your house and go in and feed your animals and then take them a walk and then leave again.
Mm-hmm.
And they do that
Yeah. Yeah.
because the woman across the road's going to Turkey tomorrow. So
And people do that here too.
mm,
That's a thing. I don't like the idea of people coming in my house, but leave that too.
yeah.
See here, usually a neighbor will do that for you if you've got decent neighbors.
Oh yeah, or family even. I'd rather the animals stayed at home than put them in a kennel. Well,
But yeah. That was the thing. These are friends of ours, and they gave us a key, and I just went over the other day. They left in the morning, and I went and picked her up in the afternoon. So she stayed at home for most of the day, and then spent a couple nights here, and now she's going home. They should be home this evening, so
oh, so you just took her and dropped her back off.
yeah.
It'd be easy for my neighbors because they don't even have to walk the dogs. They have access to the yard. So just come over
Yeah.
and make sure there's water in their bowl and there's food in the bowl and pay attention to them for a little bit because they get lonely, I guess.
They live
That's
close
And
enough.
they're fine.
That's what I
Huh?
do when my neighbors go out of town. Like they ask me to watch their dogs, so I'll go over there and walk them and make them use the bathroom, and then come back and put water in a
Make
bowl.
them. He doesn't let them. He makes
Make them?
Go
What do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do? Step on them? How do you make
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
well,
go to the bathroom. Go
He
to the bathroom.
squeezes them. Squeezes them.
They just go, TJ, will
very
you
well trained dog? Just stand over them, yell, shit!
I know.
Scare the
TJ,
shit
is that
right
why
out-
you were wondering why they call it my dogs are tired or whatever?
I
Is that where
think,
that question
yeah, I
came
think,
from?
I think so. I think that's why they called it that.
Well, if you want them to shit, you could always feed them some milk and some chocolate or something, and then,
It's not
they'll
my
be
dogs
shit.
are tired. My dogs are barking.
Yeah.
My dogs are
Oh.
barking.
Well,
Yeah.
TJ wanted to know why people said that. For some reason, out of nowhere, TJ had this on his mind and wanted the panel to answer the question for him.
Mhm.
Why did you say that?
I mean, I know what it means. I don't know the source of that. What's the origin of that?
Cockney
Yeah,
rhyming.
Cockney rhyming slang is one theory, but it originated in the U.S., so that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I looked it up.
It originated.
I looked it up on the idiom.
It originated like back in the 30s and 40s when we used to talk different language, you know.
I
You
think
see all the doggies out there?
the barking bit may have originated in the
And
US.
you see the cows? Never mind. You don't care.
Eat more chicken. Eat more chicken.
I don't
No.
see any girls at all in your
Get
photo
out of there.
Bill.
Not that kind of cow.
Oh,
Yeah, they say it could possibly be Cockney rhyming slang, but there's no evidence of it. So
There was a whole herd of them sitting there. We're all kind of hanging out right near the fence by the road here.
okay.
Missed it. Yeah.
Well, feet have always been known as dogs in Cockney rhyming slang. So
But why? Where did that
What
originate?
the hell is cock? What did you say? Cock rhymey slime?
Cockney rhyming slang, like apples and pears for stairs.
Cockneys
My
are
trouble for
people
wife, because trouble and strife rhymes with wife. So you call your wife your trouble.
Isn't there some towns in the U.S.
Fuck's
called Cockney?
Oh, I don't know.
A Cockney is a Londoner born within the sound of Bow Bells.
Yeah.
Huh?
I didn't get it either.
What?
You know, I think it'd be funny if there was a town called
The church.
if there was a town somewhere called Sample, and before you get there, you see a sign that says urine sample.
Urine sample.
Well, if you want to talk about place names, so if you want to talk about place names, there's a boring, there's a dull,
Dull.
dull.
There's
Well,
a dull.
there's a lot of
There's a
people
place-
that don't talk very good English. They call it port urine.
Yeah.
Port urine. Oh, port urine. Yeah.
There's a town over in Kansas called Climax. I didn't go there. We were driving along and it showed up on the map, and I asked my wife if she wanted to take a detour and go up to Climax, and she says, "You've never taken me there before, so why start now?"
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
We've got a place over here called the Knob.
Sounds like she was anti-climax.
Yeah, it was an anti-climax then. I could rattle off a few names.
Aubrey?
Well, Johnny, you just have to grab the dog and and just push his sides together, and you just have to
Squeeze.
push the poop. You have to just squeeze the poop out. Like you just pick him up.
Yeah.
Squeeze him.
She was driving me crazy yesterday. She was just going stir crazy in here. She'd been out. She was just, I didn't know what she wanted. So I was
What
like,
are you whining about?
I was like, let's go for a ride. So put her in the truck and I took her for a ride. And since she lives just a few minutes from us, I started out that way. And I was like, oh, you know what? We'll just go over to your house and you can run in your own backyard for a little bit.
You told her.
Seemed to work, but then we left again. She was like, It's like, can't we go in? It's like, no, we're not going in.
I tend to find that it usually means they want more food.
Nope, she had food.
That doesn't matter. It was probably the wrong food.
Oh, maybe. But she was offered soft food before she left the house today, before they just left, and she didn't want it.
Mm.
She was on a hunger strike for some reason.
She wanted
Maybe
to
maybe
She ate
missed
last
her.
night. Well, she ate last night.
I'll try that next time. I'll try
What
that.
was she eating? Dry dog food, Don, or
Both.
mixture?
And we gave her the wet stuff today, and she didn't want it.
No, really.
Mine has 3 bowls, one with dog food in, one with dog biscuits, one with water in.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she missed her parents, John.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that you had to wait for the Stockholm syndrome to kick in before she would start eating.
No, she ate early, and then today she didn't want to eat.
Oh.
Maybe she was just tired of our shit.
Oh, she didn't want to go home.
And I was thinking about what TJ said about making them go. I mean, TJ, you know what you could do? You can encourage them, like monkey see, monkey do.
There you go.
Go out and squat in the neighbor's yard.
Just squat right in the neighbor's yard. Bring a news. Make sure I bring a newspaper with me.
And while you're doing it, show her how much fun it is. You know, you can rock back and forth.
Make sure you drag your butt across the grass before you come back in.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Might work. Oh God. Get a suppository. Oh, doggy suppository. I don't know.
That's what you're calling it.
You caught me.
Well, we don't. Well, yeah, I guess there's a couple of fire hydrants around here somewhere.
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
You probably parked right in front of one.
Joe.
Yeah, we don't have fire hydrants.
Yeah.
All our fire hydrants are underground. So
Yeah.
they come and lift.
Yeah.
They lift the grating off and put a standpipe on it.
Yeah,
I don't think I can reach that far, Johnny. So I'll be all right. I'll
It's
just
been a fire hydrant in ages.
just scoop my butt across the ground like other dogs or whatever. Now look, this is how you do it.
Well, I've got my dog sleeping next to me, my cat sleeping on my knee.
I had one here and disturbed her, and she went.
Mm.
That's disgusting, Johnny. That's gross.
What's that?
He was like, just don't lick yourself after you poop.
Well, everybody's got a different way of wiping, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, I'm fixing dinner here. Dude.
And
I've just finished breakfast.
the dinner has a brown gravy in it.
Yeah. You guys.
I don't know. I think if TJ could manage to lick his own anus, he'd be famous.
Famous for licking my own anus.
Famous anus licker. You know, that'd be quite a feat.
Yeah.
Well, if you could do that, you could go over to the bowling alley and make some tips.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean? What does that mean?
What is
You calling
that?
us anus lickers at the bowling alley?
No, I mean, he would be the only one. That's why he'd get lots of tips.
Yeah, because that's what we'd like to see.
And down here on the end of the bar, we've got the anus licker. Oh!
Now we know what kind of bars that Paul likes to go to.
Well,
That-
Donald, the sad part is I haven't been in a bar in years since 1980.
Banned from
You
all
remember
local bars.
what year it was you were last in
Age
the bar?
scared you away?
Well, the 80s,
Yeah, that's
late
that's
70s,
it.
early 80s. 'Cause
well, you still got the
I've
paper.
never
You
been
got
a
the
drinker.
paperwork. You still got the paperwork from all the trespasses. You know,
I've
banned from
never-
every local bar.
I've never been a drinker. So I got drunk one time and that was it. I woke up in the back seat of my own car with two girls I didn't know who they were driving me around in my car. And then when I woke up in my driveway in the back seat of my car and nobody around.
That's awesome. Doesn't get any better than that.
No,
Did your ass hurt in the morning?
no.
Yeah, well,
You
they
didn't have to
obviously
pay for. You didn't have to pay for a Uber, and you probably
Now
got
we know
rated,
what
so-
kind of bars that Justin goes to.
Yeah.
no, they didn't slip in the date rate drug. Date rate
Ju-
drug.
Justin goes to the bar and it's called the Poker Bar.
Pokemon.
Justin goes to the bar and his friends are like, "Here, have a beer; it'll loosen you up."
I mean, you got delivered home. Your car was in good shape. You were safe. Your anus was probably cleaned. I mean, everything sounds like a good night to me.
That was back in
Yeah.
about 1968 or 69.
Yeah, well, 69 is probably about, I guess. All right.
You
Appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you could go to a bar without getting so plowed you don't remember how to get home. You can't do that. You know, it's allowable.
Since he wasn't a big drinker at the time, I'm pretty sure somebody slipped him something.
And then brought him home and left him in his car without robbing him.
I think in
I was to take advantage of him
Well,
sexually. My God.
Yeah, it could have been just sexually gratifying for him, you know.
Yeah.
They
the
didn't care about his wallet.
the only thing somebody's likely to put in your drink was LSD.
Well, I mean, if you didn't know who they were, how did they know where he lived? So they must have been in his wallet at some point.
Well, the registration is in the glove box.
That was more likely than going through your wallet.
Yeah, I would think, yeah.
Because I don't carry a registration or anything in my wallet, you know.
You carry your driver's license?
Yep.
You have a driver's license in your wallet.
We would hope that would be in there.
And back in them days, you have to have money in your wallet as well.
Let me ask you something, Paul. Back in the 60s, would they have been like, could you get away with driving without a license without anybody making a big deal?
Yeah,
No.
pretty much because everybody knew me. It knew my parents. In fact,
You mean you?
if
you
you got caught,
personally.
if you got caught with open beer in the car, the cops would pull you over, write down the information, and make you pour it out of the side of the road and say, "Get home. We're calling your dad."
Well, yeah, that was the same thing in the 70s, but that's not what he asked. He was asking driving without a license.
Like, was that kind of stuff really a big deal back then?
No, not so much.
You wouldn't get away with it. Okay.
You might get a ticket, but what they do is you go down and show them your driver's license, and they say, "Well, next time have it on you."
Like,
No,
when did car insurance become
It
a
meant
thing?
if you didn't have a license at all.
Always. Car insurance.
Car insurance has been always.
Well, and the thing of
Oh.
it is I've got to drive. I've had the same, I've had the same driver's license forever because the number's been the same, and I can
Yeah,
rattle
his
off
driver's
the
license is no. Yeah, his
I can
driver's license
rattle off
number is
the number
4.
if anybody asks me, you know.
It was
Never
4.
changes.
I know my driving license number.
Yep,
It's the 4th one in the state to get a license.
yep.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, what are you talking about? You didn't have it on you, or you just didn't have a driver's license?
No, if I didn't have it on me.
No, I'm asking about Justin's question.
No, I'm just saying, like, was driving without insurance or license, is that kind of shit?
With
they
no
make a big
license
deal
at all.
about?
Yeah.
Yeah, did they make a
Didn't
big
have a
deal about
license
that
at
back
all.
then?
Yes.
A little bit of a big
Yeah,
deal,
you
but
would
not
impound
as
the
much
car.
as you think. All you'd have to do is
Oh, bullshit.
you'd have to go. You get a ticket, and then you have to go down to the police department. The police department would show them, you'd have to show them a driver's license.
Yeah,
Or,
Didn't
No, but
have.
that's not what he's asking, Paul. He's
That's-
asking if you didn't have one.
Yeah, if you're driving without even having a license.
I
Not on
was
you,
just-
just not being a licensed driver.
I was just curious how strict they were back then with road laws.
Very.
Oh,
It's-
very strict.
you
It really
couldn't
depends.
You guys, honest to God. It didn't mean on your person, Paul, like you don't have one. Like you're 16 years old, you don't have a driver's license, you decide to take your dad's car. Now, if you're in some local town where everybody knows your dad, it'd
Oh,
probably
yeah.
go away.
well, see,
If
when
you're
I
driving,
when I was growing up, Bill, my grandfather was county clerk and my dad was the postmaster in town. So,
I understand, but you had a driver's license. Well,
but see,
When we're old enough.
I was a little bit better at getting skirting the edge of everything, you know. I'm not
No, you
saying
had
it was right, but it was a fact.
I don't know. I remember 1979, we were driving around with a cooler of beers in the back of the car, squashing around.
I don't know. Was the postmaster like a big deal back then?
Oh yeah.
Because if I told a sheriff and my dad was a postmaster, he probably wouldn't give a shit.
No, but this is before email or telephones.
Anybody in government would be, given a little leeway.
Well, when my
It's not like
dad,
it's
when
not
my
like you
dad-
could have driven his car through a storefront.
Well,
And it
just to answer you, Justin, when my dad became postmaster, you had to be appointed by the president of the United States.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, not just in charge of a sub post office. He
Right.
was in charge of the big post
Of
office.
the post office.
Well, I'm saying that's still a thing now, but
Yeah,
like,
but
I don't know who the
back
fuck the postmaster is.
Back,
They're not
back
that
then,
popular. of a
back then it
person.
was a big deal. Not so much now, right?
Well, nowadays we don't have a postmaster. We have a postmaster general who
Yeah, same
uh,
here.
the government.
We have the CEO of the Post,
That's
Australia
it.
Post.
Everything else is just
Well,
franchise.
that's because nowadays government has gotten so much bigger and so much into our everyday life that those positions aren't a big deal, you know.
Our post offices are all franchises.
Yeah. Most of them are self-serve.
No, they all have somebody there.
Oh yeah, but what I meant was most of the post office is self-serve. You only got one or two
Wow.
people that are just sorting the mail.
You didn't have to be as high as a postmaster general or a postmaster to get favors. According to my family, my dad was just a bus driver, but the cops knew who he was.
Everybody knew him. Yep,
Yeah,
Oh.
in New York. This is in New York City now.
yep.
And they would get drunk at a bar, get into a fight. The cops would beat him up and drop him off at the front door. Well, he was Irish, so I guess that helped because they were Irish. And here, Mr. Renane, sober him up. He's got to be on the bus tomorrow. And that's how it went.
Mm.
Can't do that anymore.
No.
Somebody's taking a picture of something. That's not the dad I just visited, by the way. That was
Yeah.
my natural father.
The one you visited today was your unnatural father, right?
Yes, exactly. Yep. Much. I was gonna say former Marine. There's no such thing.
Yeah, that's true, I guess. Once a Marine, always a Marine.
Always a Marine.
Yeah.
Yep. Very proud of his service. you should be. But yeah, he doesn't really drink much or at all, and he's still alive.
Yeah.
Now, how old is your dad, Bill?
Be 84 in December.
Oh wow.
How's your mum?
My mom,
Mm,
she died.
uh-huh.
She died a couple years ago. Very
Alright.
young, 71 or something, 72.
The
So you
average
have your
is for older people is like anywhere from 73 to 78, 79.
I would hope that was more than a couple of years ago then.
Why is that? Oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she was older than that. I don't know. I didn't like her very much. Let me see.
so you
Yeah,
have your
I'm 63. I'm
You have your-
63. So let me see. She must have been in her late 70s then, I guess.
Yeah.
With a high of 90 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 70 degrees.
Okay, gents, I'm gonna head out. So I'll
Okay,
see all
gentlemen.
you later.
all right, Dom.
We're just hanging out here helping Bill get home.
Yeah, no worries. I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, Dominic.
Okay. All right. When did she
Bye
die?
bye.
Right.
3
So
years ago?
he's got to go and get ready for Wedgie.
4 years ago? 3 years ago? I don't even know now.
Well, 3 years ago you'd have been 60. So if she was 20 when she had you, she'd have been 80.
She was 19 when she had.
Yeah.
All right, Buster
wasn't
Brown, I
eight.
think you've almost solved this riddle.
She wasn't 80, so it must have been more than 3 years ago. I'll have to take a look at the picture. I took pictures. I'll have to check.
So you have
Can't
your
now.
your actual dad and your I guess he's like a stepdad or something. Your unnatural dad.
Well, stepdad's actual dad. Stepdad married my mom in 1969, so I was 8 years old. You know, right about the time Paul was getting his anus licked in the driveway of his car.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, 1969, I'd have been a senior in high school.
I was
Yeah.
10. 60,
Okay.
just getting ready to leave primary school and go to secondary school.
1969, I was plotting to escape from my dad's balls.
Well, that's back in that was back in the days when you were just a swimming little sperm, you know.
Oh, what are you? 72 or 73, Paul?
That is 73.
73.
Actually 72, but I call it 73.
All right, so you lied to me, damn it.
Because June 27th is my birthday, so when I go past that, then I go to the next year, you know.
That's interesting. So I'll be 64 before you're actually 73.
When I'm 64.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna be calling. Huh?
No, I was asking Don what he was making for dinner. How I saw the steam coming up.
Oh, I'm going to be making fried potato soup. Right now,
Oh,
I'm frying
nice.
up potatoes.
He's frying taters.
Like yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I make potato soup, though. I will fry the potatoes in chunks,
skip soup.
get them nice and crispy, and set those to the side. Then go ahead and finish off the soup and add the potatoes and onions towards the end, maybe that last half hour. Takes me about an hour to fix. So
Sounds pretty good.
that way you get potato soup with nice crispy chunks of potato.
Oh, there you go.
Fried potatoes and onions.
Potato croutons.
Kinda, yeah.
Is it cream soup?
Yes, it'll be creamy soup, yes.
Awesome. Sounds fantastic. Oh,
Yeah, normally we wait till it's a little cooler weather to start fixing wet foods like this, but it just sounded good.
any bacon in there or no?
Yes, there will be bacon bits added towards the end. I don't like my bacon to get really
Mushy?
like cooked and mushy.
You like the
No,
bacon bits
I might
just a little
I
bit?
might even fry those potatoes in bacon grease.
I don't have any bacon grease handy. I had some on the stove last time I made bacon, and I had it sitting there cooling off, and I came back in, it was gone.
Oh,
Cats had it.
No, wife
Everything-
tossed it.
everything's better with bacon.
Mhm.
Love
Oh, yeah.
chicken. Bacon's awesome.
Yep, even bacon's better with more bacon.
Bacon, and more bacon.
Entering Brevard. I am entering Brevard County, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're excited. On the
Is
Purple
that-
Heart Highway.
Is that the county you live in, Brevard?
No.
Oh,
We're a ways off. I just left my house, remember?
yeah.
Yeah, it's 111 miles, so I just checked it on the GPS.
So
On
it's a 2-hour drive. Okay.
Well, a little less than that. A lot of highway. No, I was in Osceola County just now, and now I'm in Brevard, and eventually I'm going to be in Indian River, but I imagine there's a county in between, but I don't know what it is. Palm Bay, I don't know what county that is.
So your
It's Palm Bay
your
County.
county is Indian
Is
River?
it Palm Bay County? Huh?
Your county is Indian River?
No, that's where Vero Beach is.
Oh, okay.
I'm in St. Lucie County, Port St. Lucie in St. Lucie County. St. Lucie County is basically Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie. Like I said earlier, Port St. Lucie is a very large land area. Fort Pierce used to be the big town, but it's not anymore. It's nothing compared to Port St. Lucie, population-wise, anyway. Out of the 300 and something thousand, well over 200 something are Port St. Lucie.
What's long legs? What is that?
A Nicolas Cage movie.
Oh,
Nicolas Cage plays like a serial killer or something.
Imagine that.
It's a
I
type
can
of
see that. I like
Well, I'm
Nicolas
not sure.
Cage.
Has he played a serial killer before?
He just plays people that are off.
So he goes around killing women with long legs? Is that what he does?
I don't know what the title is about. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, I thought you
definitely-
had.
No, Cool
Definitely
Cat
play-
said he watched it.
Does he go around killing crane flies?
What?
Yeah, he probably goes around killing crane flies. I think that's where they got the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. No, I'm just saying Nicolas Cage plays a lot of characters who are just a little off, just unusual. He's got that, he does it very well.
Without knowing that in England the reference is that a crane fly is known as a daddy long legs.
Well, thank you for
Well,
enriching our
around here,
lives.
a crane fly is a crane fly around here, and a daddy long legs is what we call a harvestman.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I've
Yeah,
always called them daddy long legs. That's what we called them. I don't know until we pulled all the legs off of them.
Oh, you were one of
Gotcha,
those
Michael.
kind of
Gotcha.
kids, huh?
I did it a couple of times. I don't know.
it's crazy.
I was told they would grow back.
Did you know that daddy longlegs are the most poisonous spiders on the face of the planet, but their mouths are
Did
just
you know
long?
you are completely wrong? Did you know you're
No,
completely wrong?
that's fake.
No? Well,
And
what's
did
the
you
most
know-
poisonous?
They're a flying insect, not a spider.
I don't know. Somebody may have. I don't know. I think I heard that somewhere, but I don't know. That
Yeah,
may be.
that's-
That may
That
be.
was somebody just trying to scare the shit out
No,
of
that's been a myth for a long time.
Yeah, it's a thing. I think
Also,
because it also,
But
if
they're
you
not.
if you took a concentration of it, I guess it could kill you. I don't know. Do they have it? Yeah,
Well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
They're not.
TJ, also, it's not a spider.
They've only got 6 legs.
It's an
It's an
arachnid,
insect.
but it's not a spider.
Oh, it's an arachnid, but not a spider.
What?
Oh, it's an urban myth. Michael said.
A daddy long legs has only got 6 legs.
I don't know. Somebody Google it. Do daddy long legs have venom, and how powerful is it? Then you see all the lies.
Yeah, like, oh, then that was a lie then.
No, I don't know. I heard that too. That it had, but because it's in such a small amount and they can't bite us and whatever. I heard that myth myself actually. Never bothered to look it up to see if it was true. Maybe parents told that to kids so they'd stop pulling the legs off the little bastards.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be in the tail rather than a bite.
Let's see. Are daddy long legs poisonous?
Bit like a mosquito.
It says they rarely feed at this time, concentrating on mating and laying their eggs among the grass. The urban myth that daddy longlegs are venomous is just that, a myth. It's true that they cannot bite, but the venomous rumor is likely to have been due to its confusion with certain species of spiders.
Well, they did an episode on Mythbusters about it years ago, and they had a spider expert come in, and he said the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a spider.
Not a spider, it's an arachnid.
It's not an arachnid. Arachnids have 8 legs.
Well, I don't know what you're calling a daddy longlegs, but over here it's a harvestman, and harvestmen are arachnids.
Daddy long
You guys
legs.
might,
They're flying in.
over in England, you might have a different thing you call daddy longlegs, but what we're talking about here is in America.
Yeah, not your British daddy long legs.
Daddy long legs.
And since TJ is the one who brought it up, we are using the American reference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and your drain fly dwellers.
Drone flying
Drain dwelling.
It's a movie that brought it up, and I don't know. We'll have to ask School Cat whether or not they were talking about the crane fly or the harvestman.
I thought arachnids were spiders, so I learned something today.
Well,
all spiders are arachnids, but not arachnids are spiders.
But I get it. Not all arachnids are spiders. Now I get it.
Isn't a scorpion an arachnid?
Well, on ESPN now, the Junior World Series, the U.S. beat Taipei for the championship.
Wow.
They beat them 2-1.
USA, USA, USA.
Chinese Taipei.
Yep.
Taiwan Taipei, Chris.
Still Chinese.
Mark's going to get the last word in no matter what.
They don't believe they're from China. They don't believe they're in China. They believe they're in Taiwan. Chinese didn't want that island when they went there. Now they want it because it's worth a lot of money.
Yeah. Well,
that's where
Taiwan
the
is
general.
very prosperous with industry and stuff, right?
That's
Absolutely.
because that's where the resistance fled to after the war.
Where they make most of the integrated circuits.
The communists to go kick them out. But yeah, you can have that shitty little island. What good will that do you? They'll just starve to death. In the meantime, 70 million Chinese starved. Well, maybe we made a mistake.
Oops.
70% of the silicon market. Yeah, that was always China. Okay.
Hey, boobs.
Okay, we're gonna enter I-95. One of the longer highways in the United States of America. I don't know about longest, but one of the longer ones.
Is that Highway 1 or what is it?
This is 95. 95. Oh, what was I on?
Yeah.
I was on 192.
190.
In the other direction, it takes you to the other end of Kissimmee, and then you would pick up International Drive and go up to Disney World. I was
Okay.
going in the other direction. Would have been there a while ago. Okay.
Well, it looks like the traffic has settled down a little bit now.
You'll see plenty. I noticed on my phone it doesn't look the same what I'm seeing. You know, it's like it's back, like it's smaller. Like I don't know. Like when I'm close to a car and I'm slowing down, I look there and it looks like it's far away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Objects are closer than they appear in the phone.
Now, the question I have, Bill, do you have the phone sideways or vertical?
Sideways.
Sideways.
Okay.
I got a mount that sits
Okay.
above my dash, and actually it's actually set back a little bit, as you can tell. As you can see, that's my wallet sitting there in that that area on the dashboard there.
Have you got it set to one of the zoom levels?
Huh? No, it's just the way it looks. You know, it's just the field of view is big, I guess. Does a nice job. It actually looks brighter than it is. It's got HDR built in.
Yeah.
Like it'll look dark as I'm driving home, and I'll look at that. Not dark yet, but it'll be like dark on the highway, and the lights are coming on, and I'll look over there, and it'll look like daytime.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Bit like the television on the golf. You see the golfers, they're complaining because they're going to stop playing because it's too dark to see. And you look on the TV screen and it's bright daylight because of the cameras. Mm.
Like that truck, that looks pretty far away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not. It's maybe 3 or 4 car lengths in front of me.
Okay.
Is the sheriff? What's the sheriff doing on the highway? I guess I could do that. I guess. Usually it's the state police on the interstate.
Well, they could be used to get point A to point B too.
No, he had somebody pulled over.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes they do that, like what is it? Where they all team up together to
Back
run
up.
specific highway. Like if they're having
Well, there's
issues on
also
one highway.
an on ramp. There's also an on ramp here too. So they may have chased him onto the highway and pulled him over.
Mm.
Because they do that.
This is Palm Bay right here.
They do that on 27 sometimes. The state troopers, the local cops, and the sheriffs will all team up together and they'll post up all the way down 27, like sporadically as like a team up thing, and then they'll be getting people for speeding and shit like that.
Yeah, that's it. Make themselves useful and get the real criminals off the road.
Base Coast Harley Davidson. It's a big
How much
place.
more further do you got till you get home?
A lot.
Who just asked me that? DJ? You live in
that
Florida.
I know, but like, I don't know. I just want, because you've been on that stretch for a pretty long while.
Well,
so
it's a 2-hour trip, TJ.
What do you mean? I just got on 95 like 5 minutes ago.
Oh.
I'm going through Palm Bay.
We're now entering this highway, the longest highway in the U.S.
Hey, remember that little? No, not the longest. One of the longer.
No,
It is.
You know, they never listen.
You know, there's an interesting Google. Google what the long.
Hey, TJ,
Hey,
is
buddy.
that funny?
I'm about an hour.
There's the
I'm about
sheriff.
an hour.
There's the sheriff car just ahead of you, right?
I'm about an hour away from home, TJ, to answer
Yeah,
your question.
that does look like a sheriff car, actually.
That's a sheriff Tahoe or something, isn't it?
Looks like it.
Yep. At least it said sheriff on the side in gold letters.
Yeah.
That kind of gives it away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Echo, which is the longest interstate?
This contributor. Longest 45,000.
Well, I think Route 66 is the longest.
According to that, 99,021 miles.
What's that again, Mark?
I-90 at 2,021 miles.
Yeah, we looked. Remember, we were talking about that a couple weeks ago. We looked it up.
Hey, TJ, is that funny?
That's pretty good.
How good is it?
I got lost in a box. Why do I get out of here?
Now, Bill, are you going live again tonight?
Yeah, I'll be on tonight.
Do you
You're on
number
around,
your roll?
around 10 o'clock, right?
I was feeling a little worn out last week and not so good. Not enjoying it. I needed to take a breather. So I haven't been around much. But talking with you and TJ, really, you built my juices back up.
Yeah. You know, it's-
What back up?
It's,
I'm feeling juicy, Justin.
yeah. there you go.
Tune in to Uncle Bill's tonight. He'll be spraying those juices all over the place.
All over the place. But you
Oh,
off camera though.
So, do all of your interstates like 90 through 99 actually feed off I-9?
No, they have nothing to do with each other numbers wise.
All right.
They're just depending on what, if they're even or odd, is whether they go north, south, east, or west.
The road system has changed over the years. We didn't have interstates at one point. Same as you.
Mm,
You know, I don't know why it's 95 distance.
yeah. Our motorways are all numbered so that if you look, the 621 is off the 62. And
Yeah.
the 62 is off the 6. So,
Yeah.
Actually, don't know how they come about picking the numbers for the highways.
Well, they're just old routes. They were old state routes. Some of them kept the numbers and the designation. Some didn't. You know, and then the international, the highway system, or the interstate highway system started what, in the 50s or the 60s, I forget. And they started building and numbering them. You know, it doesn't mean anything except odd. Odd typically means north and south, and even typically means east and west.
Actually, I want to say the interstate highway system started with Route 66, and I want to say that was 23.
Like, did it?
I might be
I don't
getting
know.
that wrong.
There was a big push. I mean, money wise, I forget what president was. I mean, I'd be cheating and googling right now when I was talking. By the way, just to sound smarter. But I know there was a big push and a shit ton of money was put into it, and I forget what president it was that did it. But yeah, and I know the railway, the rail system was against it.
yeah. I mean,
I'm trying to remember. The Rainbow Bridge is a Marsh Arch Bridge that is over in Kansas. That's on Route 66, and it was built, I want to say, 2 or 3 years before Route 66 actually got made official. And so I want to say it was in I want to say it was in the 20s, like in 23. It might have been in the 30s, but it definitely was not in the 40s.
Well, and then how many interstates were there before, like, say, 1950?
Oh, I don't know.
Probably not a lot. Not a lot, I would think.
Yeah. But well, you'd have a 66. You'd have what is Lincoln Highway? What is its actual designation?
I'm drinking some wine, and it's really good.
Look up.
Okay, so the Federal Highway Act was signed by President Dwight D. Eisenhower on June 29, in 1956. The first
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
section of the
Okay,
interstate was opened in November 14th, 1956 in Kansas.
When did 66 get created then? Route 66.
Well, the road may have existed, but I don't think they had an official interstate program. I don't know. Did the federal government actually donate money towards that road, or was it the state that paid for it? Because the interstate system is
1926.
1926
was Route
You gotta
66.
remember, I wasn't there. Because they get money from
I'm just trying to remember some of this stuff. I don't know. So Eisenhower was responsible for the interstate.
He's the one that started the Interstate Act, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know from doing the civil stuff at college, we were always shown the fact that, like, most of our cities are built with a road network that's on a radial system, whereas the US tended to use a grid system. And you've got streets that run north-south and avenues that run east-west.
Yeah, it's gonna have to do with the highways, though. I mean, you're talking about 66, but it was Route 66.
Yeah,
not I-66.
No, it was Route 60. It
Yeah.
still is. It still is Route 60.
I think there's a
Yeah, it
song.
still is.
Well,
Get your kicks in
Route 66 only still exists in pieces every now and again alongside the interstate, doesn't it?
Don't know.
Yep.
It's not complete. Or
Yeah, because in California and Barstow, it gets broke because the military base decided to build right in the middle of it. You have to take a 2-mile detour around onto the Interstate 40, get onto Interstate 40, and then get back off. Then you can get back onto it again.
Okay. Route 66 began in 1926 as part of the U.S. Bureau of Public Roads' first federal highway system. So it's not the interstate highway, but it's the first federal highway system.
All right, so it did receive federal money. It's cool.
So that's where I was confused.
No, that's interesting. It is. I wasn't aware of that.
Right.
I've never been on Route 66. I was on 40.
Who sang that song?
You can get your kicks on Route.
I get my
Get
kicks.
your kicks. Yeah.
You get your kicks on Route 66.
I mean, Chuck Berry.
Well, I drive on Route 66 probably every time I leave the house. I drive on Route 66.
Yeah, I grew up.
You may as well
on a
get your
section of it.
kicks for it. Your tax dollars paid for it. That should be part of the song. Get your tax supported kicks from Route 66.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was Berry, was it?
What's up, Dre? Dre's on the chat.
Hi, Dre.
What's up, Dre?
Actually, there isn't even just one Route 66 because it would change over the years. So if you go through, when you travel down Route 66, like here, you'll have going through from Webb City through Joplin over heading to Kansas. There are 3 different Route 66 paths that you could take, depending on what year it was active.
Okay. How about Route 69? How about Route 13? Are there 13s? Or do they not use that now? I don't recall ever being on a Route 13.
I don't
Well,
know.
it's like a,
Just Google it.
is there a Route 13?
Yeah,
It's got to be like different routes.
bring that up for us there, Justin. Justin, bring that up.
There's got to be like different routes, like all over the place. So
Yes,
Like
so
who's-
there is the extension is called the Largo Extension, I-13, passed through the state of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina.
And the
Tennessee.
Bermuda Triangle. Take exit 13 off of Route 13. I would, you know what? I'm not superstitious, so I could care less. But it would certainly cross my mind. It would go through my mind that I'm on I-13 getting off at exit 13. You know, especially if it's the 13th day of the month.
You know, they always say people don't put the 13th floor in buildings, like on the buttons in the elevators, but I've seen them in
Yeah.
plenty of
Oh,
buildings.
My
yeah, that
gra-
is pretty odd. That is pretty odd.
my granddad used to live at where my mum was brought up at 13 Hart Avenue, but they had them change it to 11A rather than 13.
So it looks like it
If
runs
there- if-
518 miles. US
If
Route
there's
13.
like 13 floors in a building or whatever, how come they don't put the number 13 on an
Because it's
elevator?
an unlucky number.
Because some people are superstitious.
Yeah, but
Suspiciously superstitious.
There
So,
actually is a 13th floor, TJ, but they skipped the number because the number 13 is
Because
not
people are
lucky.
stupid.
right, but what I'm
Yeah.
trying to ask is if there's 13 floors and they don't put that number on
They
the
just
on
skip
the
it.
elevator,
Then
like,
it becomes a 14th floor, TJ.
The
It seems
13th
like an awful way to have an
Okay,
entire
it's-
floor.
They just
The
changed
13th
the
simple as
buttons,
that.
TJ. They just changed the buttons.
the 13th
Oh.
floor of every building is taken over by the CIA.
Either that or
No,
12
I'm
feet.
sitting here thinking like if you're on that floor, then how do you know, like, would you have to get on 14 and just take a flight of stairs?
TJ,
up
don't
to
think
14?
too hard about
You're
it. It's
thinking
not that
too
big.
hard
of a
about
deal.
it.
TJ, you would get off the 14th floor, but you'd actually be on physically the 13th floor. It's just called the 14th. You can call it whatever they want. It could be 12B.
And so
Oh.
if it had 20 floors in the elevator, it really had only 19 floors.
Right. There you go.
I cannot handle this conversation without alcohol.
DJ's thinking way too much into this.
Yep.
yeah.
Or not.
Can
I
you
don't know,
imagine?
sometimes I think too deeply. I'm like, wait a minute. Like,
No,
huh?
no,
Yeah, like
TJ,
his
I don't
dog
think anybody
question.
has ever accused you of that.
It's like, wait a minute. Wait.
Well,
what's
you'll
going
find
on? Wait,
most of that superstition is in bigger areas. Like here, we've got 13th Street, 13th Avenue, and all that kind of stuff. But
Sure.
I know that, like down in the city of Detroit, there's no 13th Street. There's no 13th floor on the newer buildings. The older.
Don't you have
buildings.
a 13 mile?
Yep, 13 Mile Road. Yep.
I thought it was 12 mile.
Well, we've got.
Oh,
How
it's
many
8 miles.
mile roads?
I want to go. I
Well,
want to
there's-
travel down. I want to travel down 8 Mile Road.
No, you don't.
Fine.
uh,
12B miles. Yeah, what floor are you on? I'm on 12 plus 1.
What?
14 minus 1.
Okay,
No,
so there's
I'm assuming
actually
I'm assuming 8 miles is where like the ghetto and all that stuff is down in Michigan.
Well,
So there's
that's a rougher
30
area.
there's 37 roads that are called by the number and the mile at the end. So like 8 miles, 9 mile, 10 mile, There's 37
Oh.
of them altogether.
Ah,
Half of them are probably empty fields now.
I'm guessing they're not all above 10. Like, so
somebody-
there isn't a 37-mile road, it's another 8-mile road or something.
Somebody Google the longest interstates in the U.S.
I-95
I did. I-90,
or I-90. It's the
2000,
No,
longest.
that's the longest. They don't have a top 10.
2021 miles.
Then you have I-40 that goes from North Carolina to Barstow, California.
What about Interstate
that
80?
that one's pretty long.
80 spans the entire country.
Echo, how
You
long?
pick up 80 in New Jersey, and it goes right over to Donner Pass in California. That's got to be up there.
Long and runs east and west in 11 states, including California, Illinois, and Indiana.
That's weird. Because that's 2,900 miles long.
What is
Okay, so
80.
80? Yeah.
the top 10 longest highways is I-90 is the longest, and then US Route 20, I-10, US Route 6, I-80, I-40, I-70, I-95, I-75, I-94, and I-9 or I-35. Those are the top 10.
Okay. So 95 was what, like 7, 6, or something?
Yeah.
I want to be accurate when I talk about what road
Yeah. Here we are, driving down the 7th longest road in the United States.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting.
Mhm.
Hey, look, there's an Amazon truck. Woohoo!
Yeah. That's right. Passing by your packages. I think he's on his cell phone.
How Amazon is that? How Amazon is that?
No,
Amazon.
TJ, no.
Amazon good.
That was not as good as the Michael J. Fox joke this morning, okay?
Mhm.
Wait, what was the Michael J. Fox one?
Oh, God. Okay.
No, don't.
I
don't do it.
didn't hear that this morning.
It's what did Michael J. Fox dad say to him when he tried to parallel park?
I don't know.
Oh, hold on.
Oh God, he messed up the joke. He
I
forgot
can't
the.
remember.
The joke.
He forgot the punchline.
I may be dumb, but you're me.
I'm trying to help your parking son.
Yeah,
I was
I'm trying to
I was
help your
trying-
parking son.
I was trying to help your park.
Oh my God!
I was trying to help your parking son.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Parking.
parking sign. Parking.
No,
sign.
Parkinson's. He has Parkinson's.
Oh, I was trying to help your Parkinson.
It's much funnier when you have to repeat the punchline 7 times, DJ.
TJ thought it was because there's a sign on the road. He was like, "Oh, parking sign. Oh, that's funny."
And then we have to explain to TJ what Parkinson's is.
Yeah.
Just like I said,
Mike J. Fox.
Yeah, I thought he had tardive dyskinesia, actually.
That's funny. So what is it? What did Michael J. Fox's dad say when he when he was trying to help him park? Is that how it was? What did he
Teach
say
him to parallel park.
Oh, parallel park. Oh.
Teach him to parallel park. I'm just trying to help your parking, son.
Oh, okay.
Parking,
he
son.
still don't get it. It was just like the Family Guy joke. TJ, as you put Michael J. Fox as Zorro. Think about it.
Oh yeah.
What did Zorro used to do?
He did the Z, but then like when Peter was doing the Zorro, he did it like all squiggly and
There
and
you
the guy walks in, he's like, oh, he let Michael J. Fox left his insignia right here.
Wow. Just couldn't be any more wrong.
Definitely not PC. No, it was a Z.
It's not just not nice.
Mm.
Oh, that would be totally a Jimmy Carr joke.
Mm.
Vero Beach. We're very close to Sebastian, where we had the first annual drone meetup in South Florida. First official.
The one that I wasn't there for, but then I made the second one, and then I missed the. No wait, yeah, I was at the second one, then I missed the third one, and then I was at the fourth one.
Yes, you were. I saw you there.
Yes. Nice. I didn't know about the meetup until later on.
Wow, it's funny what a big difference your gas mileage. If I go 65, I get this lying thing on my dashboard to say I'm getting 25.9 or 26 miles a gallon. 20, right? All I do is just bring it up to 72 from that, or 73, and I've got 22.9. It makes that much of a difference.
Well, do 56 miles an hour.
Why would I? Why? So that people can run the hell into my ass, or why? Why would I do that?
Because that is supposed to be the most economical speed. That's
It
what.
depends on the vehicle. It depends on the gearing. It depends on the vehicle and the gearing of the vehicle, Mark.
Yeah,
that's
but
that's not a hard fast rule.
It's what
Could
they
be
do
45.
From.
Could be 45. You want to keep your tack under 2,000.
Mm. God, in my Shogun, if I kept the rev count under 2,000, it would probably be doing about 80, which was about its top speed.
At under 2,000 RPM.
Yeah, it was a 4-cylinder diesel. It did do a lot of RPMs.
Okay. Anyway, makes a big difference. 3 miles a gallon. Looks like almost. Yeah, right about that. And really, how much time are you losing between 65 and say 74?
Not much. Just
how far you're driving. Yes.
9 miles every hour.
Well, just about that. Kind of like that.
Yeah. So on your 2-hour journey, 18 miles.
Well, that's if my 2-hour journey was 2 hours on the highway. It's not. I think it's more of a percentage thing you'd have to figure out, which I'm not going to do right now. Because I'm doing 70 and everybody's passing me like I'm standing still.
Yeah, I see that. That's like, what? Why is everybody passing them like you're standing still? What's going on here?
I dropped it back down. I have it at 70 exactly. And yeah, apparently I'm annoying. We're going the speed limit in the middle lane. But I like using my cruise, and I don't want to be in the right lane because they have on ramps and off ramps.
Yeah.
Tough shit. A crane! Oh my god!
A crane! The crane!
Bigot.
Send it. Send it. Pull over and send it.
Just doing them. Look at that, man. Big. Big. Look at this guy. There you go with your Challenger. Vroom.
Yeah.
Well, he must be an important person. He's got somewhere to be.
Yeah, probably.
Bill, you're not a gamer, are you?
You mean that in the sense of computer games, right?
Yeah.
You're not trying to seduce me.
No,
Yes,
no.
I've been a gamer since Doom.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Do you play very often, or?
not lately, not the last couple of years. The last 10 years of my gaming, I was heavily into the Battlefield series. But I also did Medal of Honor and a few other ones. You know, I jumped around, but mostly first-person shooter kind of guy. I did Diablo. That was fun, but I don't like that third-person view. I'd rather look through the eyes of the avatar and be in the game. I was never into the MMOGs. I'm not a Warcraft guy, but I tried it, didn't like it. I guess I got to be.
I liked Warcraft when it was just a strategy game. I didn't like it when it became a MMORG.
Right. In fact, I still have original CDs of Warcraft. You know, the original Warcraft and Warcraft 2. And I love that. That was fun. Yeah, StarCraft was another one we played. That was fun. I like that. But then they tried to make it a cross between that and a first person, and it was fantasy. It was okay. It just didn't float my boat.
Right. Other than some of the golf games, I think I've only played like Tekken.
Tekken was big.
Mm.
Yeah, I like the golf games. I think I've played what was that one game it wasn't on the Wii. Well, I did play
Hot
golf
Shots?
game on the Wii. No, it was
Hot Shots was a big animated
Yeah,
golf
you know,
game.
you know,
yeah,
you know, Justin, you know the one. The one, you know, the one.
You know, the one that TJ
TJ
played.
plays periodically, you know. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, there's-
It's like right there on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't seem to spit it out. You know.
You know, that's not something you heard a lot in public. Was I'm a gamer. I have a Wii.
I have
No,
a
that
Wii
was
and Nintendo Wii.
Not to be a snob or anything.
Yeah, that sounded a little snobby because I had a Wii.
A Wii.
Did you? That's so cute.
hmm It was a great little system for a family that wanted to play, and
Throw their controller through the screen on their TV. You know.
Bill, that
Had it
sounds
for-
like
for
somebody that
casual
had a
gaming,
Wii.
yeah.
and a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2.
I had a Sega Genesis.
I had one of them.
I had every system except for the new PlayStation and Xbox. I haven't had either one of those.
I still have my Super Nintendo.
Kate's got a play.
My friend had the Super Nintendo. I played on his. Never a huge console. I never have console because I started on PCs and I kind of just stayed with it. We were playing Doom Online. We were playing Descent online. You know, back in the
It was
days,
fun.
we had to dial up in DOS. Because you had to dump all the resources of Windows so your system could actually play the game online without crashing.
We used to play him on the works computer at lunchtime.
But, yeah, went from there. Quake. I really
didn't
liked
like
Quake. I liked it. I don't know. I just did. I mean, Quake 2, I liked. It was one of the few games I actually played beginning to end that wasn't an online shooter, you know.
It was the other Mortal Kombat. That was the same as Tekken, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. Why did you like Quake, Don?
I like Unreal Tournament better.
Unreal Tournament, yeah. Dabbled in that a little bit.
The controls on it were just a little bit more.
I burned out on those games because the action was too fast. You know, it was just bing, bang, bing, 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 bing. I'd rather like a World War II shooter where it was a little slower paced. I don't know. I just did.
Yeah,
like
Unreal Tournament was fast paced.
Very, very, very. So it was like, what was it? Doom 3? I mean, just you didn't even know what happened to you. It happened so fast, you know. And that was the whole game. How fast can your fingers fly and can your eyes move? And that's okay if I feel like raising my stress level, my blood pressure. I don't know.
Well,
I'm gonna go
yeah,
ahead. I'm gonna jump off here. Dinner time is about to be starting. The timer's about to go off, and I got a pizza in the
Hey,
oven.
DJ.
I'll bring more giggles in the morning.
Okay.
All right,
Bye,
we'll see y'all in the
DJ.
morning. See ya.
See you later,
I
Teach.
think I had quite a few Unreal Tournament sessions where I was just dripping sweat by the end of them. But same thing with StarCraft.
What happened? I didn't hear that.
I'm saying
What
I
happened?
had some Unreal Tournament sessions where I was dripping sweat at the end of it.
Yeah.
I did the same thing with StarCraft, where I was just concentrating and.
Yeah, if you're good, I mean, you know, if you're that, I mean, in Warcraft 2, you would develop plans. You knew you were going to build this, do that, and then go up against other people and then try to interrupt the other guy's plan.
Yeah, but it wasn't turn-based. It was still a real-time strategy. So
no, it was definitely wasn't turn-based.
It would get stressful.
Yeah. I didn't play StarCraft long enough to get good at it. I played it. It was really good graphics for its time. It was very good gameplay for its. Way more complex than the Warcraft was.
Yeah, it's like that new game Star Citizen that they have on. They've been crowdfunding on Kickstarter for the last 5 years, and they've raised 700 million. And
wow,
they still haven't come out with it. They're still working on it, and people are starting to get a little antsy about it.
700 million. You think you could have some kind of free download version, like one chapter?
Well, they do have a free. Yeah, they do. They have a free preview of the game that you can play. But
I mean, Doom was one of the first games to do that. Well, ID Games was, because it did the same thing, I think, with Castle Wolfenstein. You actually had a 3-level free download, you know, and it was no different than any other version of the game. You just didn't get the other 9 layer, or I think it was 9 total, I forget. But there was plenty of gameplay on those floppy disks.
oh god, I remember that. Yeah, I remember getting the preview discs back in the day that had all the first and second levels of the new games coming out.
Yeah, you
get
had
them
3
from
levels.
PlayStation. Yeah, I used to get them on PS1 all the time.
And you could play head-to-head, too. I mean, originally it was just local network, but then they came up with Duango, and you could dial in and 4 people could play. And then after that, a guy came up with Kali or Kali, whatever you want to call it. That's when you actually had the ability to log in and create a game and have people join it.
You're talking
Okay,
local,
so-
like when you would do like a LAN connection?
Yeah,
Yeah.
local. You can either dial up directly and play one person, you know, or locally on a local connection, you're able to play. I don't think there was no limit there how many people could play. I believe. Then something called Dwango came out. You could have 4 people in a match. It was over the phone line, so.
JD
then-
wants to know in the chat if you ever played Space Quest, Bill.
No, I did. So many games, so little time. I spent too much time on that stuff to begin with. Space Quest, huh? To check into it.
Hey, you
But
still
then you
haven't
take-
tested that 4070 out, have you?
Not really. I mean, I benchmarked it. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. I benched it. Looks good. Runs good.
Yeah, I just got a
Got it.
4060 about a month ago.
Yeah, they're cool. I mean, it's cool that I got an NVIDIA. You know, I got a Founders Edition because they're hard to get.
Oh, guess what they're coming out with next year? An RTX 5090 36 gigs VRAM.
Yeah, I know.
You know how
Hearing all this
expensive
shit.
that damn card is going to be? It's going to be like a $3,000-$4,000 card. Look how much
We'll
the
see.
4090s are.
The 4070 Super, I actually got it for retail at 600. So I felt pretty good about that. If you want to get the Founders Edition card, people are selling them at a markup right now. That was your Best Buy. They had a limited number of them. I put my name on the list, and I got the last one. I had to drive down to friggin' Point, go get it.
That's not a bad deal.
No,
Is it a 2-fan or 3-fan?
huh?
Is it a 2-fan or 3-fan?
No, Founders Editions they're all 2-fan. They're not on the same side. They got one on one side, one on the other side with the chamber. Just a
Yeah,
black NVIDIA. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to say just that simple black NVIDIA, kind of elegant looking, no LED. What's his name? Ripped it apart. They use good components in it. It's fine. Like I said, I just don't have time to game right now. When I do, I will. Like I said, I was gonna download Starfield, but I didn't do it.
Yeah, I got the 4060, the 3-fan, and that thing is chunky. So what I did was I got one of those bracket bars you can buy that kind of just helps support it so you don't get any of that
Right.
like sag. And it looks really nice. It actually fills in the bottom under the graphics card. I think it looks really nice in there. Kind of adds to the look of the case too.
4060 8 gig or 16?
I just got the 8 gig. It was like dude, the price difference when you jumped from
No, it's huge.
an 8
Not worth
up, it was like $400 or $500. It was crazy.
No, you can play pretty much anything with that just by adjusting the setting.
Oh, well, it has so the 4068 gig has a overclock switch actually built on right on top of the card. You can turn it on.
Well,
And
yours
then-
does.
Yeah, and then you can also the new NVIDIA GeForce, if you download their experimental program that they have, it does an overclocking for you, and it's covered by warranty too. So if the overclock fucks something up, they'll actually replace your.
Well, it's not. That's just part of GeForce. I've overclocked mine. I play with it. It's built right into the GeForce experience. But
Yeah.
that switch, they don't all have that. Yours does. That's a third party add-on. I would just leave it on. For you, by the way.
Yeah, I got the Gigabyte one. The
Yeah.
brand that built it.
Oh, they got somebody. See the blue light off in the distance? Here it comes.
Got somebody else, huh?
Pass by, I'm speeding. I think I'll slow down. All right.
What
State
highway are
trooper.
you on?
95.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of state troopers on there, and I-4 too. And you'll pass a lot of state troopers on I-4.
I'm getting there. I'm passing. I'm passing through Fort Pierce right.
If I go into Orlando, I'll pass at least 5 or 6 state troopers from the time I get on I-4 to the time I get off. I like Disney. I'll run across at least 5, anywhere between 4 to 6 of them.
Yeah. To get a game, I guess, play with it. I mean, I did a little Battlefield 2, I think, a couple of months ago, like right after I got it, but it just rips the shit out of that. The 1060 ripped the shit out of that. It's not a challenge.
Yeah, and then I added a 2-fan Corsair water cooler to it, which took my temperatures way down by like almost 30.
What's your processor?
That's a 5600X.
That's nice. It's good.
Ryzen 5. But those ones are known to run a little hotter because they're the more extreme ones for gaming.
Right.
But it was running at like in the 70s when I'd be gaming. But now that I put the water cooler on there, it doesn't get over like 52 at the highest. So it made a big difference on it.
Yeah. No, that's a nice setup. I was thinking about upgrading the GPU, not the CPU. Now with the problems they've been having with the 13th and 14th gen, I've got a 12 gen 12400, just as 6 core. But
what is 6-core 12-thread?
you know, howling about it.
No,
yeah. You
yeah,
making fun of my processor?
No, that's the same as mine. That's what mine has.
Yeah, it's fine. It does fine. Yeah, they're same
Yeah.
level. But I was thinking, I want, when all these problems were coming up, I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll get a 12, maybe I'll get a i9 12.9, 12.9, because they were, when it was Black Friday or whatever you call it, not Black Friday, Cyber Monday, they had them for the low to mid 200s without the onboard video. And, the F series. And I almost did. I should have pulled the trigger because the problems that have been advertised with 13th and 14th, now they're in demand. So, but a 12.9 is it's a pretty damn strong processor. And then that would be it. Then I'd be done, with that. But there's no reason to do it. It does everything I needed to do.
Oh yeah, dude, Intel's taking a big ass hit through. Their stock went from as high as $50.
If I did that, I can't just buy that too. I got to buy a better cooling, than I have, so I'm just using a fan.
You have a big case or kind of a mid-size?
It's mid tower, yeah. I got room.
My 2-fan barely fit mine. Like I barely had enough room. Like because where the RAM stuck out on the motherboard, I only have maybe a 1/4 inch between the top of the RAM and the fan. Like I barely had enough room.
That's all you need.
If I would have had like that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I could put a double on the top or a triple in the front. I've already got a couple of 140s in the front that airflow's fine,
Justin, I'm going to leave you in charge, buddy.
Why are you going to catch a ship?
I'm going to go shoot a ship. Yeah.
All right.
Is that code for taking a dump?
It's an act of terrorism, isn't it?
I made you host, Justin.
All right.
If I don't see you guys, I'll see you guys. When I see you guys.
See you later.
Don't forget your controller.
And your pants.
E-card.
The 2 things he forgets the most is his pants and the controller. Did you that one day he thought he lost his little his 107 badge or whatever that hangs on his chest. So he's looking all over the house for it on a live stream, can't find it anywhere. So he takes off, goes down to the water, and we're watching him on a camera. He gets out and he's in his underwear and a jacket, walking around looking for his badge on the ground. Gets home, and the whole time it was clipped to his jacket that he was wearing.
Who is this?
Paul,
Oh, that's
he drove
oh.
down to the river and got out of the car, and we're watching him on the Stream Time live camera. And he gets out of the car and he's in his damn underwear, walking around looking for his badge.
Wow. That's yeah, that's not disturbing.
And the whole time he was wearing the jacket that he was wearing because it was cold out, it was clipped to his jacket the entire time.
Yeah, well, that part I understand. I do shit like that all the time. I've literally gotten out of my truck, opened the garage door, went back in the house because I thought I forgot my vape and it was in my left hand.
Yeah.
So I understand that. I mean, I had other things in my left hand as well, but that's not the point. Like, you know, you carry your stuff out to the car. Ugh. Left hand, right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Or the right brain doesn't know what the left hand is doing. We're in beautiful Port St. Lucie on the Crosstown Expressway. Not exactly an expressway.
Now you get to get off the highway and hit a bunch of traffic lights, huh?
Yeah, but this is a project that they finally finished about 8 years ago, I think. That relieves the traffic from the two roads that cut across the entire town. So now we got this one in the middle, and it's 4 lanes. So, and I'm surprised more people don't use it. To be honest with you, it's just way better. I mean, there's no businesses on it like the other roads, but yeah, they didn't finish it. They went most of the way, then they stopped because of money, I guess. Then because the last part of it was a bridge, so they finally put that bridge in and connected the St. Lucie West and St. Lucie East on this little track. I like taking this track because there's not that many lights. It's not like the other roads where there's more lights.
One place I'm always careful with lights is going through Haines City, man. There's every damn traffic light there has a red light camera.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's actually 6 lanes, 3 and 3, and they keep the speed limit at 45. So you think they set this up as a way to catch people with tickets? 6 lanes, 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. I think that's on purpose.
Yeah, it's kind of seems a little bit slow.
Yeah, 50, 55, something. It sounds like, oh, it's going through a residential neighborhood. Really? Where are the houses? I don't see them. I mean, there are developments on the other side of that berm. You know.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I see the berms that look like there's probably on the other side of
It's probably, yeah, noise block. Had to do stuff like that to make the people happy so that they could build this.
Filling out the stock. It's stacking on a piece here and there, safe and good.
How much more you got left to do, Donald?
What?
What are you making anyway?
potato soup. But I reached for I got my roux ready and reached for my stock and forgot to thaw out my stock. So.
Oh, was it just pre-made stock you froze yourself?
It's not cream. It's stock that I make and freeze. I make my own.
I'm taking it you can't just throw it in there and let it thaw out in there while you're cooking it.
If I wanted to throw in the entire thing of stock, but I make it in like 2 liters.
Not using all of it. I guess is what he's saying.
Yeah.
But if you thaw it out, pour it in, can you then not refreeze it? I mean,
I threw the 2 liter in the sink with hot water. It's going to thaw out to a certain point where I can pour off what I want, and then I will put the frozen bit that is still in there frozen back in the freezer.
Right.
Sounds good though.
Get a blowtorch. Just take it off the top. Heat gun.
I could pour some antifreeze down inside of it and shake it up.
Gotta do it.
The wife's hair dryer.
It'll sweeten it up too much though.
That little sweetener to your sauce.
Yeah, we're getting close to being done.
I want some.
There are the potatoes thinking about what they are. There's the
oh, that looks good.
Becoming soup. I may want to add a little more milk.
Yeah, I could totally see Donald on a show like Kitchen Nightmares. Or not Kitchen Nightmares. What's the one he does where
they have a time limit, and then I do things like forget to thaw out my stock or whatever. And half the time I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of winging it as I go along.
So if you had a big enough pan, you could put that whole frozen block in the pan and just melt it off the bottom.
Well, he's got it in a 2 liter bottle, so you'd have to cut it open.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you'd have to cut it out. And wrap, and then instead of a bottle, you just wrap it and put it back in the freezer.
There you go in Donald's freezer. Ooh, frozen Dr. Pepper. Nice big ice pop. Yeah.
Well, actually, in actuality, if you cut it nice and clean all the way around, put it back together when you're done with a little saran wrap and then foil.
Oh, you could just put it in a Ziploc bag too.
Yeah, there is that.
Take a little bit of liquid, take a little bit of that, a little bit of bacon. Okay.
Here's the bigger bridge they have finished. And the road from here to Floresta.
It's like a typical Florida bridge.
Yeah, I mean, they did a nice job. They did a little decorative tchotchke at each end. But this, and actually there was a section of road that didn't complete between this bridge and what's called Floresta, a street called Floresta. So they had to get to the neighborhood. There was probably locals that were complaining, but they got it through. Saves a lot of time.
They actually just widened the bridge last year on 27 in Lake Wales and made it from a 2-lane to a 4-lane. So that was interesting. They had to build another bridge right next to it and then connect them together. Took them about a year and a half to do.
See, look, you see the
Wow.
artwork coming up on that abutment there, whatever that's supposed to be with the tiles. Spent money on that, I guess. The dolphins.
Oh
Little
yeah, I
pictures,
see that.
little pictures of dolphins and shit that everybody
wonder-
looked at when the bridge was first opened up, and it was all lit up at night with different colors. And oh, how pretty! Now it's just a bridge.
Wonder how much I spent on that.
Millions, millions and millions. A lot. A lot. No, property taxes go up every year.
That's like Matt was complaining about, I guess, this highway coming into Queensland. I guess when you fly into it, there's a
beeping their horn at
bunch
you.
of lights on the highway, and they look stupid from the highway because they're all different sizes and shit, like street lights. But I guess from the air it says "Welcome to Queensland" or whatever. And I guess they spent like millions of dollars on that project. And yeah, Matt was bitching about it one day about how they blew a bunch of money on it. Because he was showing pictures of it, and when you go down the highway, it looks really stupid from the highway perspective.
Well, LED lights in a computer are stupid, but people still like them.
Oh, you got to add the more RGB, the faster your computer is. So you don't need to get a new CPU. Just add another RGB strip to your computer.
Yeah.
Boost your performance.
Just
by at least
another thing you
50%.
spend time, money, and effort on, and you look at it the first few times you turn the computer on, and you never look at it again.
Everything in my computer is RGB. All the fans, the water cooler. The only thing that's not is the graphics card. That's it. That doesn't have any RGB on it.
My front fans are RGB. That's it.
But I also kept the same ecosystem too, because I know a couple of people that have like 4 or 5 different RGBs in their computer, and they're all run by a different program because they went with different companies on everything. I was stuck to Corsair. Everything on the computer is Corsair, all the fans, everything. That way I can use one central app to control it.
Well, mine's Corsair too, but I'm using the MSI on the motherboard. You know, with the MSI app to run it. I mean,
Oh, see,
I'm
I don't.
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's go ahead. I used I have them hooked up to the RGB jacks.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not using
headers.
it. Yeah. So I
Yeah,
control
see,
it from the motherboard.
I don't use any of the headers on mine. I have one of the Corsair controllers, the big XT one.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so even the water cooler, everything runs off of that, all the power, everything. So it's all.
Well,
one
I can
central board.
I can mix brands because I do it from the board itself.
Right.
Again,
Well,
I'm not really doing it. So
Well, see, my motherboard came from a pre-built, so there's actually no RGB headers on it. They're there, but they took them off when they put it in the
Really?
computer. So you can see where it says RGB header and the solder points are there, but they took the headers off.
why the hell would they do that?
It's only the RGB headers that are missing. I don't know. It came in a pre-built. So that's one of the reasons why I got the Corsair controller, but that runs what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fans and the water cooler. And it runs the RGB strips, the Corsair RGB strips I have in the computer too.
I mean, I can understand not using it, but I don't know why they would.
I don't know
I guess-
either. It was stupid. Sean said the same thing when we were trying to find them on the motherboard to plug them in. I was like, they're there, but there's nothing there. And I was showing them on the phone, and yeah, you could see the solder points, and it said RGB header, but there's nothing there. They took them off.
Well, it sounds like the data contract, and they had what they wanted. This board saved some money, I guess, in manufacturing by not putting them on to begin with. I guess.
Economies of scale.
But other than that, it has everything else. Like it's got fan headers, all that crap. I mean, but it's just
Right.
for some reason, yeah, the RGB headers they didn't put any on there.
ARGB. The ARGB. Yep. I like going the back way the last little bit to my house.
Yeah, with
To the
RGB.
neighborhood.
Yeah, you know me.
RGB, you know me.
I'm gonna stop some booze, but I don't want to. I got vodka. I'll make a Moscow Mule problem for the stream tonight. Don, you should come on.
Why?
You too, Justin. Why not? You haven't been there in a while.
I'm most likely will be with Corey on the game tonight.
It's
I
late.
know.
I've been watching. Yeah, I've been crawling in bed and watching you from bed half naked. You don't want to see that.
Which half?
Left half. Yeah.
Oh, there's some people with an electric golf cart that they think is legal to run around on the streets. That's exciting. No plate on it.
You get people here running gators up and down the road all the damn time with no
He's-
plates or anything on it.
Look at this mailbox. Can you see it? The walrus. Live in a good enough neighborhood that nobody's baseball batted that thing to death yet.
It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's bad enough you got to replace somebody's regular, just plain ass mailbox. They're expensive.
Let me get up to
I know.
eat, and we'll be ready to
Custom-ass
eat.
mailbox.
Well, I don't know what
Yeah,
that's made out of either. That could be concrete. There might have been an attempt on it. You just don't know, you know.
Yeah, right. They hit it and the bat just went ding.
It
Fucking
just
shook in their head.
shatters the bat.
Like I replaced Sarah's mom's. I fixed her mailbox. She got a whole new mailbox, and I put it in because the old one was like leaning out in the damn road. And we went to Home Depot to get her a new one, and it was like $60, $70 just for a plain ass mailbox.
Oh
I was
yeah.
like, Jesus. Between that and the decals for the address and
Yep.
everything, yeah. And it came out to
Yeah,
almost
mailbox,
$80.
post, decals. I've replaced mine a couple times actually over the years. I mean, I've been here what 15 years.
Well, luckily I had a 4x4 post in the backyard that was just sitting back there, so I just cut it to length. And
There's
then it had
mine.
that plastic sleeve that goes over it. You know,
See that black
plastic-
metal thing there?
Yeah.
It's actually got a lock. Can't steal my mail. Well, you can. It just ripped it right off the post, I guess. Nope, I had a plain Jane white flip it opener. Got rid of that and got this neat little look like a house made out of wood. Treated like cedar. That lasted a few years. And then I've had that one. That one's starting to rust. Every time to replace that.
Don't think it's much easier just to have a mail slot in the front door.
Yeah, well, I'll just ask the mailman if he minds walking up everybody's driveway instead of doing it right from his vehicle as he drives by.
Well, that's what I always do. I'll postman walk.
Oh, they do that.
Yeah.
They might do that like New York City or something, but yeah, out here,
Yeah, they do.
dude,
They
there's
but
no way.
that's there's no way. They never
The
get your
amount
mail.
of mail that one mailman has to deliver, it would take him forever if you had to walk every house.
Oh no, you'd be able to get your mail. You just have to go out to the road and dig it out of the ditch.
Yeah, they have a what's it now? The
'Cause
big
you gotta
bucket
remember too.
bill.
Well, Mark, you gotta remember too. We're a lot more spread out in some areas.
Well, this town
And
is.
they-
I mean, I
So,
lived in Hasbrook, and they delivered the mail to the door. And they had walking routes because the houses were all on top of each
Right.
other in small little
Yes.
properties or
Yeah,
apartment
something-
buildings.
Yeah, big cities usually will have that. Like if you were in the middle of New York
This is
City,
this is a
obviously.
pretty good sized city, but it's just spread out. You know, it's very, you know, we're just, yeah. No, it would take forever. It'd take you 45 minutes just to do this block.
Yeah, because some houses
Up
are,
to
you
you.
know, some blocks, you know, a house can be every 200 yards, you know.
No, we're not
Yeah.
that far apart, but I'm just saying
Well,
it's a long
yeah,
walk.
there are some that are like that though, you know, they're very spread out apart.
Yeah. No. No, just pulls up, stick it in the box, move to the next one. Box says move to the next one.
Because they actually have your type of cars over here for that, Mark, where the steering wheel's on the
Right.
wrong side.
Dinner is done.
Yeah.
Actually, one of my friends back in the day, his mom actually had an old mail truck, and the steering wheel was on the other side. It was so weird driving that thing.
That looks lovely, Don.
Yep.
It's almost as pretty
And
as you.
The wife approved of the taste, so
Well, that's all
That's
that matters
bananas.
at the end of the day.
That's bananas.
And that's
That's
bananas.
bananas.
well, you know, when you're cooking and after a while you start getting just taste blind. You can't tell what something tastes like. You can't tell if it's
Right.
too salty, too sweet. So I always walk in and say, "Here, taste this. What's it need?" Oh no.
That's you gotta be careful because you'll end up over salting it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm gonna go inside, guys.
All right.
Yep. It's time for
have a
dinner,
good
so I'm
night,
going
Bill.
to.
Have a good night,
I'll
guys.
see you. Maybe I'll see you all later at 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Oh, enchiladas and homemade salsa, Dusty. That sounds good. Gonna lie, that sounds awesome.
Hmm.
I remember when Sarah's dad, I bought some tamales, right? From this street vendor that used to sell them. And I brought them home for one night, and her dad had never even heard of a tamale, didn't know what it was. And do you know what a tamale is, Mark? It comes in the corn husk.
I have heard of them.
Okay, so they're cooked in the corn husk, and you take them out of the corn husk and eat what's inside of the corn husk. But he didn't know that, and he grabbed it like a damn burrito and bit into it. And he was like, this is, you know, he couldn't really talk because he had had a stroke, but he was like, ugh. And then once he realized he wasn't supposed to eat the corn husk, he opened up, started eating it. He actually liked it.
Right.
Just like I gave my friend at Walmart one day, she had never had Baby Bells. And you know what those are, the little cheese balls, little cheese wheels.
Bells.
Yeah, she takes the plastic off of it, and I was like, man, this is like some of my favorite cheese. And she's like, oh, let me try one. So I gave her one. She takes the plastic off and bites into it. And she goes, oh, this is gross. I said, you didn't take the wax off. And she goes, and we just both were out on the floor laughing.
Yeah, I have regularly. They actually do a Baby Bell with Marmite flavoring.
The only ones that I find over here is they have obviously the regular mozzarella ones. They have the light version of that.
Yeah, they have. That's a blue.
Yeah, the light blue, baby blue one.
Yeah.
And then they have a black one. I think it's like cheddar. But I don't ever see any other ones. Those are the only ones I ever see is those three.
They do a cheddar one, yeah. But
Yeah,
no, they have a Marmite flavored one as well.
Oh, dude. Tim, I don't know yet. And Dusty, you're not kidding. Tamales is that's a job, dude. Like when I used to hang out with some of my friends that were Mexican when I lived in California, and their family would be doing tamales, it was a family affair, and they would be in a fucking factory line. One would be making them, one would be wrapping them. Like, yeah, it was a whole to do.
When you say the corn husk, you mean the leaves that go around the cob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they wrap it in that, and then they cook it, and then you take that off, and then you just eat
Yeah,
the
a
innards of it.
lot of places cook things in banana leaves.
Yeah.
Mm.
Tim said, Dusty the window licker, howdy. And Dusty said, Tim the old guy. So they are going at each other there in the chat. But yeah, homemade tamales are just awesome too. Especially, like I said, you find every once in a while you'll find some like Mexicans that will make them and they'll sell them like on the street corners and stuff. Those are the best ones to find. Oh, they're so good because they take pride in their tamales.
Well, what are they? Just the same
It's
thing as they put in a taco, only in.
it's like meat, and then it's in. I don't know exactly how they're made because I've never made them myself,
Mm.
but it's cornmeal. I wish the fucking Donald was on here because he'd tell you how they actually made it. And then there's meat inside of them.
Mm.
But like I said, I'm not sure how you cook the meat or anything because I've never done it myself. I've just been to friends' houses when their moms were making it.
So it's a bit like a corn dog, only the dog is what's it? The inside.
Yeah,
Oh, it's got like the outer crust in like a corn dog.
kind of, but it's not fried like a corn dog. It's kind of soft.
All right.
And they don't have. Yeah, it's matzah, yeah. And it's like they don't have a lot of flavor, but a lot of people put like hot sauce and different things on them. But they're really good though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was matzah is what I was thinking of, not cornmeal. Yeah. And like Dusty said, you steam them, you don't fry them. Yeah, they're not fried like a corn dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell matzah is.
I thought matzah was cornmeal. Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Oh no, they're different. Okay. I wish Donald was on here because he actually makes them quite often. He knows how to actually make them.
Mm-hmm.
Lance said my mom made the best tamales. Dusty said UK people are crazy. Grace said most are made with beef or chicken. Lance said, and pass the recipe on to my mom. And you can get pork, Dre said. You can get them with pork. Yeah, I don't remember growing up any of my family ever making them, but I know, like I said, I had a lot of friends that were Mexican and their family was always making them. And then I had cousins that were half Mexican. Their mom was my cousin. So they were my second cousins, but yeah, I was real close with them. And their dad was Mexican. What's up, Corey? Corey said, hey, everyone.
Hi, Corey.
But yeah, I used to go with my second cousins a lot to their family, little get-togethers on their dad's side, and they would always be making stuff like that. Which that cousin Cheyenne, he's actually a very, very amazing tattoo artist. He's got a shop there in somewhere in Kansas. I don't know where he's living at now, but yeah, he used to live in Olathe, right by the same place that JD lives at. And he had a tattoo shop there for a little while, but I think he moved. But yeah, he's an amazing tattoo artist. I remember growing up, that's all he did was draw. And he does a lot of stuff freehand too. He doesn't use stencils like a lot of tattoo artists do. Dre, are you on tonight? Lance wants to know. I think he usually goes on before Bill, but he only does his show once a month, doesn't he?
Think so.
Can't remember what day of what month it was that he does it.
The
Or what
last
part of the month.
something which would be tonight.
Okay, yeah. I couldn't remember if it was the first, because I know it was either the first Sunday or the last Sunday of the month.
I think it's the last Sunday of the month. I don't know.
I think he goes on. What
I'm not-
time do you go on, Dre? It's 9 p.m., right? Don't you go on an hour before Bill?
It's the last Monday of the month tomorrow because we've got a bank holiday. What are we on? 23rd? No,
It's the 25th.
25th. Right, so that would, if you've got 31 days in August, that means next Sunday is 1st of September.
9 p.m. our time. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he went on an hour before Bill.
Yeah, again, payday is on a weekend, which means I won't get paid till Monday.
Yeah, I don't get that, dude, right? The world moves so fast these days. I never understood why banks are still
Ridiculous.
like don't do any kind of shit on the weekends. Like, you think with all the money moving around the world, the fast pace of the world today, you think they'd still be doing transactions on the weekends like that, and especially when they're electronic too. I don't get why they.
Yeah, I mean, I can make an electronic payment. I can transfer money out of my bank account into Kate's bank account, and it's there instantly, whether it be Saturday or Sunday or whatever. But for some reason, they won't pay direct debits and standing orders at weekends.
Oh, it's just like how you can pay a company, right? You can say you pay Amazon $20 for an item and you decide to return it. They'll take that $20 instantly, but when they want to return the money, it's 3 to 5 days. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, a company or the government's quick to take the money when you want to give it to them, right? But if you want it back,
it used to be that most banks, if your payment was on a Saturday or a Sunday, they would pay it on the Friday. But now they pay it on the Monday, so they get the extra 2 days of having your money.
Yeah, that interest.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't sound like a lot, but yeah, when they got billions of dollars sitting in accounts, yeah, it adds up quick.
But then again, I mean, a lot of my direct debits go out on the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd. I like to get them out of the way quick so that I know that after that 3 days, whatever money's left in my account is mine rather than bills.
I mean, you think about it, right? Most banks, accounts don't cost you anything. So they have to be making money somewhere, right? So they're making money off that interest on all the money.
Yeah.
Because like my bank, I think they had a thing that I think I had to keep like more than 500 in my account every month in order for them to not charge me a monthly fee. But of course, when I was working for the gas company, I was making like 25 to 3,000 a month. So it wasn't a problem keeping 500 in there. I just had to deposit up to 500 once a month,
Most of our banks don't charge you now. They used to. They used to charge you so much per check and think that, you know, money per transaction, but they don't do it anymore.
Well, some of them over here have that thing where you have to put so much a month in it has to be deposited in the account at some point every month. But it's usually a low enough number that most people make 4 or 5 times what they're asking for. You know, so you don't really have to worry about it.
No, if I don't want to put any money in my bank account, I don't have to. I can let it run at 1 pence kind of thing for as long as I want, if I wanted to.
Well, it's just 3 hours behind us, Dusty. Just do the math. If it's 8 o'clock here, it's 5 there. If it's 9 here, it's 6 o'clock there.
Yeah.
I've gotten good with the time zones now that I know, especially with all these people around the world. Yeah, I can look at the clock now and it's 8 p.m. here, which tells me it's 11 a.m. in Australia. Or 10 a.m. in Australia.
Yeah. Well, if it's midnight here on Matt and what's it side of Australia anyway, it's 2 hours before us, but 12. So they're 10 hours in front. So I just knocked 2 off the time. So
In
12
Australia,
o'clock here is 10 o'clock there.
yeah, in Australia, it's really easy too, because if it's nighttime here, it's daytime there.
Yeah.
So it's, you know,
But
what
that's on the east coast of Australia. The west coast is only 8 hours, I think.
Well, luckily, everybody that I'm friends with over there are all in the same time zone, except for when they do the daylight savings time. Then Dominic does change,
Yeah.
and then they do change around. That's when it gets confusing for me because some of them are like a half-hour difference,
Mm.
you know. But when it's everybody's on the same, you know, when we're not doing the daylight savings time, it's easy to remember.
Yeah. And the UK's 5
5
hours.
hours ahead of us, yeah.
Yeah.
On the East Coast.
And yet Europe is 6 hours.
Which that's what makes it, see, it's easy scheduling something with like Matt or Tim in Australia because say I want to go live at 8 p.m. It's 10 a.m. there, so it's not an unreasonable time for me or for them. But with you guys being in the middle, sometimes it's a pain in the ass because
Well, it is with Bill. You know, if I go on, I go on Uncle Bill's stream and on his panel, he doesn't start until 10 o'clock at night, which is 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And can go on till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
It's usually daylight when I go to bed on a Monday morning.
That's what I'm saying. It's harder to coordinate live streams with people from the UK. It's much easier in Australia because, like I said, 10 in the morning or 8 p.m. at night is not an unreasonable time for most people. That's easy for most people to accommodate versus not a lot of people are going to stay up till 3 in the morning like you do.
Yeah.
Obviously, because you're retired, so it's really not a big deal. But
as long as I get up before 2 o'clock for Paul's show, I don't care. Because Paul's show starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. His morning one.
Right.
Well, I mean, that was part of the thing that was all that aggravation when Tony started doing his live stream at 8 o'clock our time on a Wednesday evening. Which coincided with Bob Dempsey.
And see, I didn't
Bob
feel
Dempsey
like
is at 12 o'clock dinner time over in.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying is I thought that was kind of a mean thing. I thought I didn't agree with everybody getting pissed off about that because 8 p.m. for somebody in the UK, that's prime time for them. That's a decent evening time. The same as anybody else over here.
The
that
only
would do an
one
8
that
p.m.
goes
show.
on in America at dinner time.
Well, like I said, and so I felt when Bill and everybody was getting upset about that, I didn't agree with that because 8 p.m. that's an evening show for somebody in the UK. It's not
Yeah.
their fault that somebody decided to go on at 12 in the US in the afternoon. I mean,
Yeah, it's like Drone Seekers International on a Sunday. That's at 8 o'clock our time.
right. So like that's what I said. I understood
Market
why
was on that one.
like I understood why being from the UK they would pick 8 p.m., right? That's the evening time. That's when a lot of
Yeah.
people like doing their shows.
Yeah.
So that yeah, I kind of didn't agree with everybody when they were getting upset about that. Like I understood everybody's point of view on both sides, but I had to side with more of the UK side on that one because
Yeah,
that
it
8
gives
p.m. is your evening
people
time.
time to get home from work and have something to eat before the show starts.
And to be honest with you, some of the UK shows, like everybody knows that, like me and Tim are really good friends with Sean, Geeks Vana.
Oh no, yeah.
We're real good friends with him, and
Yeah, but he's on at
if
all
you,
sorts of weird times.
but if you go on his show, there's really not a lot of the American pilots even watching his show. There's a few that come in there. It's mostly people
Yeah,
from
there's
the
a
UK.
few. Yeah.
But there's
Well,
like he'll have like
mostly,
six.
he mostly deals with the UK regulations on his show.
But I'm saying he'll have 60, 70 people watching, and only 5 or 10 of them will be from the US. The rest of them are
Yeah.
all from the UK. And I've never heard of any of these people. Like I don't recognize any of their usernames. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I know more of the Americans than I know of the Brits. I mean,
So
most of the Brits I know are the ones that go on the American streams, like David, Laura, Michael, Alan.
I know a lot of people get pissy
Rob.
about Sean and him, with his opinions on the US, but I don't really care. Sean's a good dude at the end of the day. I take the drone shit out of it. I don't care.
Sean's
I like Sean.
he's actually a reporter, so the stuff he gets is usually pretty accurate.
Like I said, but he gets a lot of hate though for bringing up stuff that's not UK based. But like I said, at the end of the day, I don't care because he's a cool dude at the end of the day.
And he has a lot of contacts in the Civil Aviation Authority that he has on his program as well. So,
like I said, I don't care because I like Sean. I think he's a nice guy. And shit, this is the thing is like Sean was more friends with Tim before he started coming around. But he came to my show out of nowhere and just became a supporter and was always really cool and never had no issues with Sean. So I can't speak bad about the dude.
No, he's all right.
I like him. He's a good guy.
Down in Surrey, I think, somewhere. Not far. Not really all that far from where David is.
Now, I'll be honest, I don't watch Sean's show all the time because I'm not really into the drones anymore. Plus, I don't really care about UK stuff, what's going on, because it doesn't involve me,
Yeah.
But I do stop in once in a while and say hi to him in the chat.
That's why I don't understand Bruce. I don't know what the hell he bothers messing about with everybody else's country when New Zealand has their own problems.
Honestly, I don't know a lot about Bruce, so I can't speak on him at all. I've only seen him a few times on shows, and that's it.
He's very opinionated and likes to put his slant on everything. And he's very anti-authority.
Like I said, I don't have much. I've never had any interactions with him. I don't really know nothing about him. So I mean, I do know about him, obviously, because I've heard more than just you as a person say the same thing. But
yeah,
I don't really watch him. So.
Trouble causer.
But like I said, I've never had any personal interaction with him, so I don't know anything about him.
Yeah. No, he
And
likes.
I don't watch, and I don't
I
really
think
watch any of the shows he's on anyway. So
he's about the same age as Paul. I think he's in his early 70s, 71, something like that.
he's definitely up there. I know that.
Yeah. Very fit guy, though, for his age. Give him that much.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Paul to get back, TJ. Sure, he'll be back here in a few minutes. He's been gone for a good, he's probably been gone for a good 20, 25 minutes.
Been a while.
Yeah, now I've heard a lot of people give Sean hate, and it just kind of, it's like I just don't listen to it because every interaction I've ever had with the guy has been positive. So.
Mm.
And I think everybody can have an opinion on what's going on in other places. I mean, at the end of the day, you're all in the same boat, right?
Yeah. Yep, true.
Because I mean, especially, I mean, when it comes to these certain U.S. policies, that can affect other countries. I mean, that's not that's not completely unreasonable that it won't at some point.
Yeah, true.
Just like Jim was.
With going on Tony's drone show, I think I've met online, not actually met yet, but there's, I think, 2 other people that are on there that are from Manchester. So I know one that's fairly close to me, Stephen Proctor Photography, because some of the videos that he's put up are of Dresden Jam Factory and the housing estate they're building on it now. They've knocked the factory down, and that's literally a quarter of a mile away from me.
The only people the only people I've ever really talked to from the UK that I know are pilots has pretty much been you. I mean, I guess Laura, she doesn't fly much, but
all now she's got rid of her drone.
And Sean, obviously, but I can't really think of too many other ones I've had interactions with online.
Well,
and Rob, yeah. But yeah, other than that, I don't really know a whole lot of pilots from there. I mean, most people's shows that I was always on or in the chat, I mean, a majority of them were American at the end of the day.
People flies drones, just
good
RC gliders. I can't.
But like,
I'm not sure whether he once said he did have a drone.
I want to say maybe it was probably a little cheapy drone though.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like a DJI or not. DJI.
No, I think it was an FPV one.
Yeah, that might be it too. I can't remember.
What's up, Pussycat? I've got to take my cat to the vet this week. She's got some sore.
Yeah, Dusty, we'll catch you later, man.
Yes, cat. No good hiding your head under there. You are going to the vet this week.
I don't know when he is, TJ. He doesn't really go on panels anymore.
Who?
JD, hanging with JD.
He was on this morning.
On Paul's?
Yeah.
On the panel?
No, not on the panel, in the chat.
No. I was talking about on the panel. He used to come on the panels all the time.
All right.
He was a regular on Paul's and Matt's for a while, and then he just stopped coming on the panels all of a sudden.
Wasn't that the girlfriend?
No, he still was coming on panels after that.
Mm.
I mean, he probably got busy with having a girlfriend. Plus, you know, he had a girlfriend with a kid too, so you know that's always a transition period too.
Yeah.
But nah, he was still coming on some panels here and there after he got with Amy, I believe her name was. Yeah, some people just fall out of it, don't want to do it anymore.
Mm. Yeah, like JDS disappeared for quite a while.
JDS has actually been on Paul's panel a few times over the last few years. Every great once in a while, he'll come on the panel.
Yeah. And he disappeared because YouTube took his channel down, didn't he, for something?
Yeah, I mean, in reality, though, he could have started another channel, came back, but he probably, I'm assuming he was probably pissed off.
Yeah.
'Cause I know I'd be. Because me and him were neck and neck, man. We were racing back and forth to see who could get the most views.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden he just disappeared. Yeah, he was gone for a good 3-4 months.
I think
I've seen a lot of people come and go over the last 4 years, though.
didn't Lon do that to himself? Deleted all his subscribers and then started again from scratch.
I have no idea. Don't really follow along, so I couldn't tell you.
No. Well, he doesn't do a lot other than appear on more and more live streams nowadays. He comes on Uncle Bill's. He's on Lloyd's. He's on Arts now as well.
I've seen a lot of people in the drone community do that, though. They get like really invested in their channel and they start working at it, and then their channel just goes dead. Doesn't mean they're not around. They just kind of get bored with not really growing super fast or getting a lot of views. So then they just kind of give up on the posts and shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't put anything on mine for ages now. But that's because the weather's been crap. Not been able to get out and do any flying.
Yeah, you get like what, 1 day a year?
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's been a sunny day today, but the wind's been blowing a gale.
As I know a lot of people in the drone community that have channels that haven't posted anything in long ass time, but they're still around. They just don't, you know, you just see them in the chats.
Yeah. I mean, I went up to 766 subscribers last week, and it's dropped back down to 763 again.
And think about it too, right? Like when you're putting effort in as not necessarily shit like Dre does, but like as a recreational pilot, and you're trying to post videos for people to watch, you spend all that time finding a place to go, you fly it, you come home, you edit it, you post it, and
Yeah,
then you have to repeat that all the time to keep content going, right?
Yeah.
And if you're flying in the same exact spot every time, people are going to get really, really bored with your shit and they're not going to want to watch it. So you're always trying to find a new spot.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Traveling is not the easiest of things for me.
Right. And there's been times like where Matt has flown a lot of areas in his little area in Queensland around his, you know, his area, where he's drove 2 hours just to get a flight somewhere because he doesn't really have any spots that he deems good enough to film because he's done hit all those spots, you know?
Yeah.
So he ends up taking a 2-hour drive to go drive somewhere in order to film a 5-minute video. That's a lot. It can be daunting, and I see why people give up on it sometimes. Because, you know, especially if you're trying to keep regular content and you're trying to do at least one video a week.
The stuff that I put on from Morecambe, that's like an hour and a half away.
Like TJ said, he hasn't posted anything on his channel in a minute. That's what I'm saying. And YouTube doesn't like when you're not posting regularly. Like they want you to post regularly. They want you to live stream. They kind of want you to utilize all that stuff, but they expect you to do it. Well, at least from the understanding we have of the algorithm and the way it works, is if you're not pushing the channel, then the algorithm's not going to push it. So you got to keep
On-
chipping away,
That's
at your channel.
once you get over the monetization, I mean, until you get to there, they don't give a shit what you do, really.
Now, but at the same time, if you're putting out good content, even as a really tiny channel, so you got 40 subscribers, but you just found a really good niche and you're just killing it on the videos, eventually, your videos are going to get a couple thousand views and you're going to get a few hundred subscribers, and they're going to keep pushing it and pushing it because more and more people are going to watch your shit. But you got to post regularly too. You have some kind of schedule.
Well, it's like Paul, isn't it? I mean, Paul posts 2 or 3 videos a day plus 2 live streams a day. And he's got 3,500 subscribers, but he won't monetize himself, will he?
No, but at the same time, the boat community of watching ships isn't like massive neither. So I don't think Paul's ever going to get like super big, right?
Oh no,
Like that's what I'm saying. Like depends on what community you're into. If you pick a community where there's millions of people that are into that, you're going to have a way better chance of blowing up.
oh yeah,
Like I said, they say on average there's like 3.5 billion active gamers in the world at one time. So like if you were to capture 1% of that market, dude, you'd be fucking massive.
oh yeah.
Just 1% of it.
That's probably one of the bigger.
And
genres.
gamers are, and the gaming niche on YouTube is so massive that I could watch a gamer that has 5 or 6 million subscribers and then meet some guy in a 5M server and ask him, hey, have you ever heard of this gamer? And they've never even heard of him.
Yeah,
But if it was the drone community, everybody would know that person's channel, right?
Yeah.
Because that's just difference in size of community.
yeah. It's like asking people who Billy Kyle is. Yeah,
Right. Like everybody's going to know who Billy Kyle is. You'd probably be really hard pressed to find somebody that does drones that doesn't know who he is.
yeah.
So, where, like I said, I was in a 5M server one day and I was talking to this guy and we were talking about 5M servers, and one of the oldest, most well-known servers, and most of the guys that are involved in that server all have millions of subs each, and he'd never heard of any of them. He had no idea so he'd never even heard of the server. But yeah, he's been playing in the servers for like 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
And that's just because that community is fucking massive. There could be a popular Japanese gamer, streamer that's got 10 million subs, and I probably have never heard of him because I don't watch Japanese gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and shorts do get more views than videos. Well, not necessarily, TJ. If you're somebody that puts out really good videos, long content is not dead as much as people say it is. There's plenty of people that can put a video out and get 10,000 views in the first 20 minutes of it being posted. And their average watch time will be like, 90% of the video.
Mm.
It's not that bad.
And what you get from a short is bugger all, really. You need thousands of views to make it worth it while.
Well, I mean, it does add up though in watch time, because you do get watch hours for shorts. And you would think, oh, a 10-second short with 20,000 views isn't much, but it does add up,
But it does need a lot of views to make it add up. That's the thing.
All right, but shorts are easier to push too,
Yeah.
I can put a short out and easily get 500-600 views within a couple hours, versus if I put a long video up, I might get 100 views if I'm lucky. sometimes, like some of my videos when I first started my channel, I was getting sometimes 500, 600 to 1,000 views on some videos. Just depends. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird. But like my channel has hit a really bad roadblock about 3 months ago, where I used to post, shorts, and 2,000 views was like normal. That was a normal short, and now I'm lucky if I can get 600 or 700.
Yeah, I think my highest is 2,400.
My highest was
Mm,
5.3 thousand, 5.4,
Mm.
something like that. It might have been 6,000, something like that. It was like 5 or 6,000 somewhere in there.
And I think it was my fish tank. Strangely enough.
And then another thing you got to remember with YouTube is you got to remember you got to separate the shorts viewers from your long content viewers, because
Yeah.
it is two different viewing platforms.
Mm,
There are some people that will go to long content from a short, because you might have somebody post like say a crime, like they're doing a story on a true crime, right? And they'll say
mhm.
they'll give you the gist of the story and in 1 minute of what kind of a rundown of what the story's about. But then at the end they'll say, if you want the full video, come to my channel. Well, they're probably gonna there's been times where I've run across those type of videos. I'm like, oh shit, I want to see the whole video.
Yeah.
What do? I click on their channel, I go and I find that video.
Mm. But
So there
most,
are some people that do that, but most people are just short viewers.
yeah. I must admit, there are very few shorts that I ever bother watching.
Like, I'm not the type that likes all the stupid girl bullshit where they're like dancing and
Oh yeah.
I care less about that shit. Like, if it's something interesting, like I do like when people make little comedy skits in their shorts, and they there's some that do really funny ones and they're very creative, and I appreciate that. Um, and then I like ones that like might tell you, they might give you like a rundown on a graphics card and say, oh, this is the new specs for this graphics card, and then they'll like run through the specs real quick. Oh, that was interesting.
Mm.
Stuff like that. That's the kind of shit I like. But like some girl dancing in a mini skirt in the middle of the fucking New York's, Times Square, I don't care about that.
I
That's not
can't
interesting.
understand how these people get away with putting like a 10-second clip out of Big Bang Theory on.
Because they're getting copyright claims, and so the company obviously that owns the rights to Big Bang Theory is just getting the money that any advertisement was made off of that clip. So they don't give a shit. That's why a lot of companies don't care. There's some companies, obviously, if you post anything of theirs, they're automatically telling YouTube, take it off. YouTube will remove it. But there's more companies out there that don't give a shit because they make money off of YouTube by you doing that. So they don't care. And that's why they'll give you a copyright claim and not a copyright strike.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I tell people, they'll be like, because even Laura does it. She'll be like, oh my God, I got 3 copyright claims on this video today. And she'll go in and like edit it. And I'm like, it doesn't matter, because if it becomes an issue later, YouTube's just all they're gonna do is just put it to private and tell you can't post it. But once they give you the copyright claim, it really doesn't matter after that. It's not really gonna hurt your channel. It's not gonna do anything to your channel. So there's no reason to stress on it. But some people will overly stress about them. They'll be like, oh my God, I got a copyright claim. So what? And some of the shit is that they do monetization sharing. So I get sometimes where I actually don't lose any money off of it. They just take the money and they split it. Because YouTube has agreements with like over 150 different record labels that they went out and did a deal with. And they do monetization sharing. So some of the music, they have a deal. They'll say, okay, we'll split it between you. The creator gets half, you get half.
Yeah.
And it's a way of everybody getting along and saying, hey, you're not going to completely screw the creator. Creator's not completely screwing you. we're just going to split it down the middle, and they have that agreement with them.
The daft thing about copyright claims is that half the time it's just some scammer in Africa claiming that he's got the rights to it just so he can get the money instead of you.
Yeah, and that's true. And honestly, if it's a claim, I'm not even going to fight it because I don't care. Like if some guy in Africa is getting some monetization off of some, say, Taylor Swift song I used on a video, I don't care because that's between Taylor Swift's management company and YouTube. I have nothing to do with that. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, true.
You know, I use the song knowing that I'm not going to make any money off of it. So that's my own, that's kind of, I already kind of go into it knowing that, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't give a shit if some guy in Africa does a copyright claim. Now, if he tries to strike me, then that's one thing. I might try to fight it. But that's the thing is, if you fight a copyright claim and you lose, you get a strike. So you don't fight them. You either edit the video and just delete it out of there and get rid of the claim, or you just don't, you just let it go. As long as you let it go, you're fine. But then once you get 3 strikes, you're done. Your channel gets shut down. And that's why I told David when he did that song on his Euro trucks, and he said some other company copyright claimed it, and he knew they didn't own the rights to it. He fought it with YouTube, and I told him, I said, I wouldn't have done it because I wouldn't have gave a shit. But he took the risk of fighting it, and he could have lost. He's lucky he didn't, because if he would have lost, he would have got a strike on his channel for that.
Yeah.
But David wanted to make a point that, oh, I know you guys don't own the rights to that song. The other company does. See, I wouldn't have gave a shit. That's between YouTube and that company at the end of the day.
So somebody else did own the rights to it, just not them.
Yeah. Which, like I said, I wouldn't have gave a shit about, because at the end of the day, that's between that company and YouTube.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have cared, but I wouldn't have took the risk like David did to fight it, because like I said, he could have always gotten a copyright strike for that at the end of the day. And you can't remove, and some strikes do get removed, I think after 6 months.
Yeah.
If you get a strike, I think it's like a 6 month, as long as you don't get in trouble within that 6 months, they'll take it off. But still, I'm not going to risk doing a strike over somebody else's shit.
Yeah.
That was just my opinion on it. David can do what he wants at the end of the day, because he did end up winning it, but you know, he did risk getting a strike at the end of the day.
Yeah. Austin not back. Is that another ship going past?
Yeah, or something bad happened.
Mm.
Usually when there's 2 things that happen when Paul's gone this long. Either he went to go get something like Krispy Kremes,
yeah,
or he lost his drone.
Yeah.
And it's always a gamble when he gets back. It's a 50-50 shot he's going to say he lost his drone.
No, I'm guessing he's doing that ship as well.
Yeah, he might be. And who knows? He could have got stopped by somebody down there on the side of the water. Sometimes people stop and want to talk to him about the drones. And there are still people out there that get memorized by it in person.
Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, it's a wondrous thing when all's said and done. It's a viewpoint that nobody else gets to see. So yeah, I can understand the curiosity of people in
But
one
the same,
what it does. But I can't understand people thinking how it's a threat to the privacy.
Because in their mind, half the people think they're just important enough for you to want to film anyway. I don't get that. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. Even before I was into drones, every once in a while, I would see a drone go over my house. That's what actually kind of interested me in getting into them, was because there was a drone that always flew over my house. And I used to just wave at it when it flew over. I didn't give a shit. I didn't feel like it was intruding on my privacy. If they want to film me in my backyard, I gotta give a fuck. Give a shit if I'm laying out there naked. I'm taking a chance that the neighbor's gonna see me anyway. And honestly, if you're out bathing in the nude anyway, you're probably wanting to get caught. So
Well, more often than not, you just don't care because that's the whole idea of naturism.
Hey, I'm back.
everything go
Hey,
good?
Yeah, I got 2 ships.
Okay, we figured.
Yeah.
Well, I figured either
Gotcha.
you either were doing something else or you lost the drone. We were taking
There's a whole
bets.
bunch of Eastern Indians down there.
Well, were they all asking you questions and stuff?
Oh boy. And they had kids running around and everything, and oh my God. Some of the kids were really small and they were trying to wrangle them, and they were walking around and they were like this big, you know?
when you say Eastern Indians, you mean from India?
India, yeah. Either
Right.
India or Pakistan. They're probably Pakistani.
Could be Bangladeshis or there's about 4 or 5 different countries they could be from.
Yep.
Mm.
One of them spoke a little bit of broken English. The other ones didn't speak English, any English.
I mean, people from Mauritius look a bit like Indians as well, even though they're closer to Africa.
Is it India's primary language is English,
Punjab.
isn't it?
No, Hindu.
But the English is very prominent there, though, isn't it?
In major cities, yeah. But
'Cause
there are,
almost every person I've ever
to be
met from
honest
India
with you,
almost spoke perfect
there are
English.
still quite a few Indians that live in the UK that can't speak English.
Well, because everybody I've ever met from India is always, I mean, obviously they had an accent, but they spoke perfect English enough to understand them just fine.
Depends on where they've been educated or whether they've been educated.
I'm assuming the cities, yeah, like you said too, because they probably get a lot of tourists and, like you said, education, different things like that. Probably depends.
And we've not been in India for a long time.
So I take it Bill made it home.
Bill made it home. Donald left to go have dinner with his wife
Mm-hmm.
as he was finishing up dinner.
That's nice of him. He made a what, a potato soup?
Yeah.
And I think they were the last 2 on the panel before after you
Yeah.
left.
When
Oh yeah, Dominic left. And then me and Mark just kind of kept it going, talking to a couple people in the chat.
Dominic's the middle of the day, right?
Yes.
Because he usually when he comes on, he's
10:30
early
in the
morning, or
morning.
is it reversed? I don't know.
No, it's 10:30 in the morning there.
Monday morning.
Yeah. All you have to do is just add 2 hours to our time and just opposite. If it's nighttime here, it's daytime there.
Okay,
So
that's
if
the
it's
deal.
if it's 8 p.m. here, it's just 10 in the morning there. Because they're just opposite of us on the day or nighttime, and then you just add 2 hours to whatever our time
Okay.
is, and then that's it. It's easy to remember.
Is it 2?
Yeah, it's only 2 because you just add 2 hours to our time because they're 14 hours ahead of us. So, like I said, if it's 8 p.m. here, it's 10 in the morning there.
Yeah,
So you just
yeah,
add
that-
2 hours.
He's 9 hours in front of me. Yeah.
So TJ is out making shorts or what?
Well, we were talking about YouTube. And,
TJ's pizza was ready.
yeah, we
Oh,
were
a
talking
pizza.
about you. We were talking about YouTube and
I
shorts
agree.
and videos and stuff.
Mm.
We were just keeping it going until you got back.
Well, good.
We were taking bets whether you lost your drone. Mark had the over.
Well, you know, that could happen, but no, it
Yeah,
didn't.
usually when you're gone for a long time, either you've gone to go get Krispy Kremes or you lost your drone normally. That's one of the 2 things.
No, there was the one time where he went to the phone company because his internet wasn't working.
Oh, yeah. Because he'll either come in and be like, "Look at my Krispy Kremes," or he'll come in and be like, "Son of a bitch." And he'll start telling us about how he lost his drone in the water again.
Oh yeah, Chop House this morning, didn't you?
What's that?
I said you went to Sam's Chop House this morning, though.
Sam's Chop House. What is that?
Not Sam's Chop House. Sam's Club.
Sam's Club. Sam's
Sam's
Chop
Club.
House.
Sam's
How
Club.
did you get that from Sam's Club?
Yeah, Sam's. He says Sam's
We-
Chop House. What?
Sounds like a butcher or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we have a pub restaurant called Sam's Chop House here.
Well, this is not a
Oh.
restaurant. It's a supermarket.
Yeah, he knows what it is. It's like
Not only a
Costco.
supermarket, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you buy everything in bulk. So if you buy one casket, you get 10 free.
Yep.
Mm.
That's always been a running joke with Costco and Sam's Club because sometimes they actually do sell like caskets and shit in there.
Well,
Oh,
right now with Halloween coming, they got all kinds of mechanical outdoor stuff. Great big, huge
God, yeah.
mechanical skeletons and
Oh, dude, they've come up with like I seen last year they had was it either a 14 or 18-foot skeleton, plastic skeleton you could
Yep.
put in your front yard. That thing was fucking tall.
it was huge.
Yeah. They've cut the Christmas decorations are getting bigger and bigger every year. It's crazy. Definitely not shrinkflation with Christmas decorations.
No,
Or Halloween decorations at that matter. They both seem to have been getting bigger and bigger every year. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those skeletons in people's yards, man, and they just tower over their house. I'm like, Jesus.
We do have a house in Drones and where he set his garage up as like an haunted house in his garden and everything. But I think they must have moved because they've not done it for a few years now.
But it's crazy though, because the one guy that I watched put it up, I asked him, I said, "Is that thing heavy?" As he was anchoring it down, he goes, "Not really." He goes, "It only weighs about 30, 40 pounds." But it's like a 12
like
or
a wind,
it was
like a wind sail though.
yeah, it was like a 14 or 18-foot fucking skeleton. And it's just all plastic. And it just looks like a big skeleton.
Must be hollow.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's hollow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it didn't weigh that much, so he said just two of them just propped it up and then he anchored it down and good to go.
Mhm. Did it light up?
Yeah, it just literally looks like kind of like you would see in a med school, you know, the skeletons.
All right. Yeah.
You know, kind of look like that, but like I said, it was like 14 or 18 foot tall. Like it towered over the fucking roof of their house.
Hmm.
That shit was tall as hell. And then they had a 12-foot one last year too. Walmart was selling. It was a little bit smaller. Or they had a 12-foot one.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're talking single story house, aren't you?
Yeah,
We don't have that many single story houses here.
that's more
We do-
common than 2-story houses.
Yeah, we do have bungalows, but not that many. Like my
Most-
my roof's about 26, 27 feet.
Oh no, here where I live, for every like 30 single-story homes, there might be one 2-story home. Like their single story is much more common.
Mm.
Like in some of the newer neighborhoods, you know, the cookie cutter neighborhoods where every fourth house looks the same as the fourth one before it, you know?
Yeah.
Like they only have like maybe 4 to 6 designs of homes. Yeah, they're like the one I lived in, there was only 3 houses in the whole neighborhood that were actually 2-story. All the
Uh-huh.
rest of them were single story, and there was probably 400 houses in that neighborhood.
Yeah. I think my ceiling's 8 foot. So then
That's standard. I
Oh,
think here. It's
another-
either 8 or 9 foot.
allow another 6 inches then for the beams and joists going across.
Actually, let me see here. Let me
Another
measure
8
from-
foot on top of that. 16, 17.
Yeah, I think our ceilings are standard. I think are either 8 or 9 foot.
Then about 6 foot to the apex of the attic. You can just about stand up in it.
Yeah, so I just measured from my floor to the ceilings 8 foot.
Yeah, usually is.
I think that's what our standard is 8 foot.
16,
But a
7.
lot of the new modern homes that are more with the modern look, like will have the big vaulted ceilings that are like 14 foot, you know.
I think it's about an estimate of about 23 feet from foot to the apex of the roof.
Oh yeah, like like I said though, a lot of the new more modern homes, like because this one's obviously from like the 70s, but the more modern homes, they all a lot of them have big vaulted ceilings now that are like 14, 16 foot high, you know. Really
Yeah.
big, really big, tall. That way, when you walk into a house, it feels bigger than it is, right? Kind of makes you, you know, makes it feel like you have a lot more room.
Yeah, my attic is, I can about stand up in the middle of my attic where the ridge of the roof is. So that's
Ooh, excuse me.
about just 6 foot.
Because a lot of the new modern homes, like the common areas, what I call common areas, like the living rooms, the kitchens, they'll have big vaulted ceilings, and then usually you will have an attic still, but it will be like over the bedrooms, right? And those will have the regular style ceilings, you know, that are 8 foot.
Yeah.
And they'll have a small attic, and usually it's like in one of the closets or something, you'll have the attic access to get into it. But then you go out into like the living room kitchen area, and it'll have a big huge vaulted ceiling where the attic would be in a normal home.
Our attics tend to be a hole in the ceiling where you just climb up a ladder to get into them.
It was like the first house we moved into when we first moved to Florida. All the rooms had standard 8, like regular ceilings, but the minute you walked out into the kitchen, living room area, and the hallway, they were really tall ceilings. Like you had to use one of those light bulb extension handle things to reach up to the light bulbs just to change them, you know. we had a special pole that had a special end on it that you'd stick up there, and it would grip onto the light bulb, and then you'd untwist it, bring it down, pop it out, pop the new light bulb in, because they were like 16, 18 foot ceilings.
Oh, you use screw-in light bulbs, don't you?
Some houses still do. Some of the newer homes are now using LEDs. So like it will look like almost like it will look like a recessed light.
Like the old flat.
Yeah, it will look almost like one of those recessed light panels that is recessed in the roof, but if you actually pop it off, it's just like a LED puck.
Yeah.
And they just put a bracket on the roof, and then it like pops on kind of like a smoke detector does.
Yeah.
And it's just an LED, and it just plugs right into us. There's a plug that it plugs into that they've wired in.
Yeah, well, most of ours were, rather than a screw fitting, they were bayonet. So you push in, twist, and that's it. Rather than
because like the house we were living in before this one, I didn't like the light in our room because I didn't think it was bright enough. So I went to the store and bought that was like 100-watt fucking LED light bulb, right? And I went to the store and bought it, came home, and I thought it was a recessed light in the roof, and I twisted it and pulled it down. It was just a fucking like hockey puck looking thing. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, damn it. So I ended up buying a bulb for no reason. Oh, I was so pissed because I couldn't do anything with it. I couldn't change it out, so I just had to stick it back up there and screw it back in. But it looked like it was a recessed light fixture in the roof, and you just had to take the little cap off.
Oh yeah, well this house here has the old wiring system in a lot of the house, not all of it, where there's a positive and a negative wires. The wires are covered in kind of a almost like a stocking cap type of stuff.
Yeah, you got that old like tube shit, huh?
Yep.
Dude, how is that even legal? Like they don't tell you have to update that?
No, they can't make you upgrade. They just hope that you do well.
That's
when you go to
crazy,
add or
dude.
change, then you got to upgrade.
Yeah.
That's crazy that they don't force you to upgrade because
Yeah,
some of those old systems can be dangerous with fires.
there's no earth in there.
Well,
No.
they're not all safety like the newer version of stuff with breakers and all this. Like
No,
what
they
are they
had
called?
little screw in a screw in fuse that had a strap in it. That was
Fuse wire. Yeah.
clear. Yep.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like the newer systems all have breakers, and then in the
Yep.
bathrooms you have
Nope.
what's those plugs that got the breakers built into them and all that. Like,
Yeah,
there's a lot more safety in the newer electric systems.
the only electric plug that we're allowed to have in a bathroom is for a shaver socket. We're not. You can't put electric sockets in bathrooms in the UK.
Well, see here, you can put them in there, but they have to be the ones that have the breaker built into them.
Yeah.
So that way, if somebody, like you see in the movies when somebody drops a toaster in the bathtub with them, right?
Yeah.
These plugs are designed that if somebody did that, it would automatically trigger that switch off.
Yeah.
And I can't remember. I think they're called, what are they called? CGI or fuck, I can't remember the name of them. But there's a term for them. But yeah, in our bathroom we have one, and there's a little reset button and a breaker button. And if it trips, you just press the little reset button. But you can also trip it yourself. There's another button that you can push, and you can trip it off yourself.
Isn't it RC?
I can't remember the damn name of them offhand.
Breaker.
I actually changed ours out in the bathroom and did about 7 plugs in the house because and Sean helped me because Sean's a licensed electrician. And so he helped me over the phone and showed me what to do because I don't like messing with electrical shit. And so he kind of walked me through it, and it was real easy. He just showed me how to do one plug, and then I was able to do the rest of them on my own. But I just wanted to make sure I was doing it correctly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I did the one in the bathroom, and I did 7 other ones throughout our side of the house because all the plugs were so fucking old that you would plug something in, it would just fall right out onto the ground. Like there was nothing left of holding the plug in the wall. It was so fucking annoying.
Yeah. Well, do you have 3-pronged?
Well, I'm just saying, Brenda. Like I'm surprised that because they seem to have a pretty strict building code where Paul lives. Like he has to get his apartment inspected before anybody can move in, and like I would think in his area, like the city, like that would be part of the building inspection for his house. I just assumed they would force him to update that, but I guess he doesn't have to. So unless you do remodeling of his part of the house, right?
Yeah, if I remodel, then I gotta update. But a lot of it has been updated over the years because we've changed stuff,
Well, and then there's certain times insurance companies can force you to update stuff because they'll tell you, they'll come out and inspect your house and they'll tell you, we're not going to give you insurance unless you fix this and update it.
Yeah,
it's like Bill was saying, he had was it a hot water heater or air conditioner? It was like 20 years old but still working fine. And they told him they wouldn't give him insurance unless he updated it, even though there was nothing wrong with it. So the insurance companies sometimes can force your hand on that.
Especially when they consider it a fire risk.
Brenda just said that exactly right after I said it. Yeah. It's surprising insurance companies don't make you do it. Yeah. Because they look at everything as a risk, right? They want your house to be up to code and up to all the newest shit. That way there's less likely of a chance of something happening than they're having to pay you out,
They don't mind taking your money off you, but they don't want to pay you anything.
Right. So they don't want a hot water heater or an air conditioning unit that's 20 years old that can all of a sudden spring a leak. And then guess what? Now they got to pay for new drywall and possible mold removal and pay for you to be in a hotel for so long. Yeah, they don't want to pay all that money out. So instead of it, even though you might be 100% positive it's not going to be an issue, they don't give a shit. They look at it as an issue anyway.
Mm.
No. I know you didn't get that from me, Brenda. I'm just saying you happened to write it in the chat right after I said it. Me and you were thinking the same thing. I didn't read the chat till after I had went through my whole spiel. So, but I know I'm saying me and you were thinking the same thing about the insurance company. Because that popped in my head. I was thinking of Bill when Bill was telling that story about his air conditioner, or his air conditioner hot water heater. I remember him talking about that.
Mm.
Just being sparky.
And I've got to start
That's
fiddling about with my dishwasher tomorrow.
what, is it broken?
Come up with an error code. It's beeping at me and a light's flashing. I think
Oh,
there's
I
a
thought,
there's a blockage in the drain.
oh, Brenda, I thought you were making an electrical joke because we were talking electric. Just being sparky. She said snarky. She meant snarky. Yeah, so how's that whole rat issue going you were having there, Mark? Weren't you the one that was having an issue with
Yeah,
them?
they've gone now.
Oh, you got rid of them finally?
Yeah,
Remember you talking about that a while back.
I give up trying to catch them all and put blooming little poison packets down everywhere.
So
That's
what did you
smart.
do? Get a private company to come in or what?
No, just bought them online and spread them around the house and where the rats were eating stuff.
Yeah,
And
it's
they
funny.
ate them and that's it.
It's
Dead.
funny, you can go on Google and look up how to buy arsenic and you'll get a knock on your door by the police, but you can buy rat poison that has it in it.
You can buy it on eBay. Yeah. Rat poison.
You can buy arsenic on eBay.
No,
No,
rat poison.
eBay. You can make arsenic.
But no, it's
Really?
funny how it's illegal to buy certain things, but then you can buy products that have it in it.
Yeah.
And it's you don't even have to be like checked or anything. You just fucking put your credit card in and buy the shit.
Wow, I didn't realize you could just buy this stuff.
Well, not arsenic. He's talking about rat poison has arsenic in it. That's
Some
why I
of
said if you went to Google and punched in how do I buy a tub of arsenic, you're probably going to get a knock on the door. You go searching the dark web for it. But no, if you go on Amazon or eBay or anything and just put in rat poison, it's got arsenic in it. You can just buy it.
the majority of rat poison is warfarin, which is a blood thinner, which they give humans for those
Yeah,
with
doesn't it
cause
cause the rats to bleed out of their eyes and shit?
Rats can get through the smallest spaces because they can contract themselves. But
Yeah.
if they've had the blood thinners, when they do that, it tends to burst their blood vessels and they bleed internally.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks about doing the poison though is sometimes you'll get one that
Dead-
goes in the wall and dies.
That's it. You've got dead rats under the floor or whatever.
Yeah, and then you start smelling them. Nah, dude, I've seen so many people have that problem where they're trying to find a dead mouse or rat and they can't find it, and it's like in the walls or some shit, and they end up having to tear open a wall or something to get to it.
Like old rats, huh?
It's that smell will only be there for like 3 or 4 days, and then it'll be just they won't smell at all.
Yeah, but that smell is horrible though.
Yeah, true.
I don't know if I could sit there for 4 days smelling that. Dude, dead anything stinks so bad.
Well, skunk spray is bad too.
I grew up when I was growing up. I was with my dad plenty of times when he had to respond to calls, and when he was also the fire chief, and just happened to be with him, and he got a call, and I had to go with him and sit in the car. And so I have smelt my fair share of dead bodies over the years, and I'll tell you what, that's one of the most disgusting fucking smells.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just nasty.
Yes.
Absolutely horrid smell.
And
Just
it
that
takes such a lot of cleaning up after.
oh yeah, that's like I felt bad for my dad, I guess, kind of got used to it over the years because he didn't really have an issue with it. Like he wouldn't start gagging or anything. So I guess he just smelled his fair share of it over the years. He kind of just sort of got used to it. I mean, but one time a guy, my dad's tow company had to go out and pick up a 18 wheeler. The guy was parked in the parking lot and his truck was running for like 4 or 5 days in the middle of summer, and then it died, and then the truck sat there a whole nother week before anybody finally realized, hey, this fucking truck isn't moving. But it wasn't a big truck stop with hundreds of trucks coming in and out. So the guy sat in there for almost 2 weeks dead. And the last whole week, they estimated he was sitting in there with no air conditioning or anything in the middle of summer in California.
God.
And the smell, my dad had to drive the truck back because my dad was the only one with the Class A license at the time.
What do you do? Have a heart attack in the sleeper cab or something?
As far as if I remember correctly, I think that's what it was.
Mm.
Yeah, he ended up dying while he was in the sleeper. But yeah, the dude sat in there. Oh my God, dude, that truck was parked in one of my dad's yards and you could smell it from like 30, 40 feet away. And it was so horrible because they opened the windows up after he parked it. He got it back and parked it. He had to wait for the company to come get it like a week later. The company sent
You've got to
sent
take all the soft furnishings out that the smell
oh, dude.
into. Yeah.
I'm just glad it wasn't in the main yard by the shop. That was across the street, but we had to go over there all the time to do stuff. And they had the windows down for almost a week trying to get some of that smell out, and you could just smell it from. Yeah, you could be a good 50 yards from it and smell it. And he had to drive it all the way back to the shop because they didn't have that was before my dad got one of the big wreckers that could tow 18 wheelers. So they didn't have a truck at the time that could do that. And my dad was the only one that had a license to do it at the time at the shop.
Did they have to take the cab and the trailer as well?
He took the whole thing. Yeah, he drove the whole thing. He only had to go about 4 or 5 miles, but
yeah,
dude, that 4 or 5 miles would have felt like 100.
I would have thought they'd have sent somebody to take the trailer away with a different tractor.
Because it was it was like an investigation thing. So they held it in my dad's yard, and then about a week later, the company sent their own truck out to come. They sent a truck out to pick the trailer up, and then they sent their own tow truck out to come pick the truck up. It had to sit there for like a week before anybody came and got it. I don't know. I don't remember all the details to what the legality of it was, but yeah, I was there for about a week. And that was probably when I was about 15 or 16. And yeah, really bad. I'll never forget that. It's awful. Past a crash on a highway many years ago. There was a burnt car. Awful. Never have forgotten it. Oh yeah, just like when I had to go to the crematoriums, when I was working for the gas company. Dude, burning bodies do not smell good. Like you think it would smell like barbecue, it don't. Like it has that barbecue smell, but not in a good way. You're not like, ooh, ribs, you know. And I'd have that shit in my nose for like an hour after I left the place. That's all I could smell.
Yeah, I think the formaldehyde that they put in to stop the decomposing is the thing that stinks the most.
Yeah, and Sarah actually, her office is right next to a crematorium, so they smell it all the time. Yeah.
Our crematoriums are in the middle of cemeteries. They don't have anybody next to them.
Yeah, I saw some crazy shit back in the day when I didn't, because I had to go on a lot of calls with my dad when I was a kid, because he worked for the military as a captain in their fire
I'm
department.
a
for the
bad dog
Marines.
owner.
And then he was also
Mia went with me down to fly those 2 ships, and she
You left-
wanted to stay in the backyard. I left in the backyard, and she was out there in the total darkness.
oh, she's fine.
Was it that?
But yeah, he was
Oh,
also the fire chief for the volunteer fire department in our town at the same time, and he owned a tow company and garages. It was garage and tow company. So yeah, it was. When we were out and about in his chief's car shopping or in town doing something, all of a sudden he'd get a call. There was no taking me home and dropping me off. I had to go with him. So because he drove his chief's car everywhere.
Gosh,
He was at.
nearly 2 o'clock.
All right. I'm gonna jump off, Paul.
okay. You gotta close it down, don't you?
Here, I can give you it back.
You're the host. Either give it back to me or close it down. I don't care.
You can do your goodbyes and
Okay.
all that
All
stuff.
right.
I'll catch y'all later. Have a good night, Mark. Paul,
Yep, see you
everybody
later.
in the chat. Brenda, have
Hey,
a
we'll
good
see
night.
you, Justin. Thanks for taking care of that.
There's only another hour before Uncle Bill starts.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, everybody. So I guess we're gonna say goodbye. Thanks, Mark.
That's all right, Paul.
Take care, and we'll see all of you again later in the morning. But Uncle Bill's on at 10 o'clock, right?
Yep, in an hour.
In about an hour. All right. Thanks, everybody. Hey, thanks for being here. Bye
Okay.
for now.